Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Message to all bites. You need to survive. Are you ready? We're gonna have some fun today. This isn't going to be an overly political stream, but, you know, it always leaks in somewhere. Hope you're doing alright. Because we're out here trying our best as well. Alright, should be able to see chat now. Hello all, I am Scribblebite. I use they, she, and it pronouns, and it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, or at least trying. The world keeps pulling us down, but we can't resist extinction. I know it. Like I said, today's gonna be a more casual day. There's some games I wanna try out. I had a different plan for what I was gonna play, but because a game that is literally free came out today, it sort of rearranged my plans. But before we get to that game, I'm gonna play a little playtest. Alright, music off. Yeah, new PNG, just drew it today. That's just what I spent my morning doing. It was supposed to be in reference to or I didn't pixel art specifically because I was going to play a game that has fairly distinct pixel art, or at least art that is very clearly pixel art and not trying to necessarily like blend genres or be super nuanced about the fact that it's pixel art, because some pixel art sometimes you can't even tell because of how it is rendered and how they draw it. I was gonna play Wado Nahara and the I don't know if it's Deep Blue Sea or Great Blue Sea. One of the two. Which has been burning a hole in our pocket for a while. But, like I said, other things came up. But, I still got some woke Lolakind goodness for you all. So the game that I'm starting out with is a playtest for a game called Dithered, which is such a fucking middlecore ass horror game that it immediately invited my intrigue. So a vibe of like something like Reanimal or Tiny Tina's Wonderland strikes your fancy, then this will probably be cool with you too. Oh, I do look like a cleric, don't I? I don't have my top coat on to finish the entire look, because this is like my official outfit for the most part. But I'll take cleric. I'll take cleric. I guess technically I'm a cleric. so good at this. Playtest week 1. First of all, wait, no, actually, I feel like this probably, yeah. I was like, this is probably like way louder than me. This is probably like overwhelming me to like the ton degree. How about the piano though? Wait, really? Okay, how's that? First of all, thank you, truly. Opening the doors to this early build is terrifying, but having you here to test the waters means the world to our small team. Before you step into the nightmare, we have one quick favor to ask regarding screenshots and videos. Please share responsibly. This is an active construction site. You will encounter bugs, missing textures, and monsters doing things they definitely shouldn't be doing. We absolutely want you to stream, record, and share your experiences. But if you post clips or screenshots online, please make sure to mention that this is an early playtest or work in progress build as a small indie studio. A funny glitch video is great, but a clip of a broken game without context can cause real damage to our reputation before we even launch. We're trusting you with our messy, unfinished world. Woo! Messy, unfinished world! Share unfinished work. This is a good thing. But you do get punished for doing that sometimes, so I understand why they have this this disclaimer up. The internet can be a really rough place. If the logic of the game fails you, don't keep it a secret, let us know. Drop your feedback, frustration, and bug reports in our Discord or dedicated community hub topic so we can fix them. Thank you for understanding and joining. Now, go see if you can survive the bell. The dev team. It's good to see you, Glacy, and it's good to see you, Jester. Hope you and your troop are all doing alright. Okay, let me make sure the settings didn't stick. I'm glad I went back. I at least got to the title screen before. Oh, hey Jenny, how's it going? The sad story about the girl and the 2 lovebirds? Interesting. Look for the soft red glow in the dark.
Am I late for school again? Okay. I am getting into a big trouble. Mum is going to kill me if I will not make it on time to school today.
Very British.
Wait a second. Maybe... I know. I will get to school on time, on foot. The school is just behind the Dithered Park. I can get there through a hole in the fence of parking lot.
Is the whole game gonna be on the way to school? Is that the vibe? So, interestingly, a game like this is like super up our alley, playing it even in an unfinished state, because we really like, you know, like glitchy aesthetics and weird stuff. The town. Yeah, no explanation for why there's this thing here, like in a setting sort of sense. So I'm sitting here like this is making me think of like Alice Madness and stuff. View snouts? What the? I heard some Big Bang, but this. Let's see, what is it? We gotta jump. Ooh. Honestly, some games only exist as unfinished builds because they never got to be finished, especially in like the AAA world, where you know you could be working on a game for so long and then it gets pulled out from under you because the funding isn't there anymore, or the studio wants to bury it, or you know even in the indie world, like not finishing a thing. You know, I believe it was the Celeste developers had been working on a game, Earthblade, I believe it was called, that ended up getting canceled. I would love to play whatever was the like last build of that. Like, I don't know. I think it's really interesting. Like, people talk about like say something like One Piece, right? Where it's like, you know, I don't want to get into this thing because it's not finished yet. You know, and this, that, and the third. But I mean, a lot of people don't finish stuff that's complete that they jump into. So why not try to like get a taste of a thing? And you don't need to finish a thing to get value from it either. I need to follow my own advice more, don't get me wrong, but you know, trying to preach the gospel of art. I'll check it. I'll check if Elise is late too. One note I would say is probably bold the text. Honestly, as a dyslexic person, I would really enjoy bigger text. Maybe I should check the settings to see if I can increase the text of the dialogue.
She is not. I will be mad if she didn't came for me today.
I don't know how I feel about the sort of broken English stuff, because I know it's supposed to be childlike, but it doesn't hit quite right.
Looks like she forgot about me.
This girl has fucking BPD. Calling it. One thing not leaving the house a lot had done to us, like not having a lot to say other than stuff that's like on the internet, like, I mean, not just like say politics, but like, you know, dramas going on, or like even just like say gaming news or whatever. And something that's really useful as a streamer, in the same way that it's useful as like a stand-up comedian even, is to like be doing stuff that you can talk about. Yo, I'm flying out here. Okay, I don't think we're supposed to go in this room right now. So I guess that floor doesn't have any doesn't have a that room doesn't have a floor yet, like an actual textured floor. Now I want to get into game dev, so I certainly don't know everything. One of our headmates started fooling around with Crystal, which is like this Deltarune mod maker, but it basically just allows you to take all the assets from Deltarune and stuff that was put into like repositories for people who like want to design for Crystal, like making their own stuff, and made it like available for other folks to use. And you can just build stuff out of that, and of course put your own shit in as well. We definitely want to make a fucking Deltarune fan game. Though we might start with like an animation or something. You know, like one of those thingies where it's like it looks like a normal Deltarune conversation, and it happens all the time on YouTube. Like you're like, damn, this looks like it's an actual engine. It's like, actually, it is. A lot of the time, people use crystal to make little text cutscenes. I didn't even notice, but I really like the style of I won't call it the status, like the health bar and stuff. Oh, I might be stuck. I barely started, so that's fine. Just don't put me in the same spot, please.
Am I late for school again? Ooh. Wait a second. I know. The school is just behind the Dithered Park. I can get there through a hole in the fence parking lot.
That's a good point, Glacy. I've seen in Silent Hill, especially, there's they love having like stilted dialogue on purpose. Is it just me or is the lighting a little bit different? It's a little more red this time.
I will be mad if she didn't came for me today.
And I also get the intention. It just doesn't hit exactly well for me. It's super funny too because I'm the type of person who should be eating this up. I'm not the type of little oh, I have a stamina, don't I? I'm not the one to be like, oh, baby talk is cringe. And there are littles who are like, baby talk is cringe. Which I guess I understand, but at the same time, I'm also just like, that's weirdly punching across. Be cringe yet free. But just like any community, there's plenty of there are plenty of folks that some people would rather not be associated with. You make us look bad, type stuff.
What a douche! I need to find another way to cross the parking.
I love how they spelled douche. Okay, this one hits. I like this one.
I should hurry up. Park is just behind this fence.
What a douche. I'm gonna spell douche like that from now on. There was so long that I didn't even know what a douche was really for. I could have accidentally drank one while I was a kid, because we like found one in our like our room, which is weird to find in our room. But our room was also one of our mom's rooms that like we basically inherited, because when we got a certain age, they were afraid of puberty and having a kid with puberty sleeping in the same bed as you because of weird thoughts about sex and gender and stuff like that. But also, you know, just wanting to give us space. And it was just like this pile of shit, not literal shit, like clothes and miscellaneous stuff that we started cleaning up to make space in our room, because it was just like for half of our life at that point, it was just like a big, like half the room was just taken up by like a bunch of clutter. I was definitely raised by a bunch of fucking what do you call it, hoarders, you know? And we were looking through the stuff and we found like a box of douches, like a 4-pack, and it's like, what? I've heard people use douche as an insult. This isn't beer. What is this? Maybe I'll tell you what we did with those douches another time.
What is this? Am I dreaming? Is this just another nightmare?
Okay, she's questioning reality now. And it's like, hey, this is not her normal reality.
But if I am dreaming, that means I am not late for school in real life.
That's fair. Lucid dreaming goes hard. And it's a pretty common worry, right? Late for a school, a dream about being late for school seems pretty normal. Alright, I'm in the Dithered Park. What does my attack look like? Alright. That's his attack, but I don't have a weapon yet, I guess. Ah, game save. Wait, there's someone crying. Oh, hello. Ow! There's a lot of these. I have a lock on. Succumb to the corruption and die for the first time. Dither me timbers. The save didn't do me any, or the respawn didn't do me any favors. Baby talk is cringe. Proceeds to use the tongue of the miserable, wagey adult. Yeah, it is kind of funny to be like, yeah, I won't wear diapers and be treated like a child and have people pick out like my clothes and my meals for me. But talking like a baby, that's fucking cringe. Ew. Weirdos. I think there is something to say about folks who don't have like a lot of, what's the word, like awareness, like being able to read the space, the room, and whatnot. And you know, I think there's a fair amount of overlap with like littles and other walks of life. That, oh my god, you're waiting for me? Fuck that.
I don't like to be on my own when crying. Poor lady.
Damn, that is just like being a kid. I'm being mauled out here by dogs, I think. It's like, eh. You're not my kid. Get away from me. I'm also realizing that I did put the settings on low. It's like, wow, the aesthetic of this game and the crunchy graphics got me thinking of playing something on like the DS, like a 3D game on the DS. Being mauled to death sounds like a you problem. Hey, Moss. I mean, that's how it is in America, honestly. And it's like, but it's not a pre-existing condition. Huh, we don't care. It's not covered anymore. Wait, did I take damage from falling? Maybe I just fell too much. I really like that weapon now.
I don't like to be on my own when crying. Poor lady.
Okay, she's just commenting on the crying lady. Ah! Fuck you! Ah! I'm safe. The age of PS7's polygonal style is over. The rise of DS polygonal graphics is upon us. Oh yeah. There's was like Automation Heart, the sequel to Automation Lung. Automation Lung was a DS game, and the sequel is on Steam, but it's in the same style. And that has some really good polygonal graphics that have aged like wine. Although those particular games are fucking hard as hell. Is that bear having been hung? Is there? Can we talk to it? Doesn't look like it. Can I get through here? Yeah! I'm on my way. I'm just really scared that if I die, I'll go even farther back. I was hoping that was a ladder or something. Ah! Making a break for it. Cute.
Yes, and the only.
Nushy.
Supply of goods in a stuffed alley. Oh, come on. Just take a look. As long as you have some soul specs. I am your best friend. So, as some would say, what are you buying?
Oh my god, of course you did. Well, what are you selling? I don't think I even have... Yeah, I don't even have monies. Weird. Let's continue on the... Ah! Get away from me. I hope I didn't miss the weapon drop. Ha! See ya, asshole. Please don't be a dead end, please don't be a dead end, please don't be a dead end. Ah, that's bad. Oh, that's my stamina bar. Well, at least I have plenty of health. Isn't there also like a programming or like a graphics display term that has to do with dithering? Dithering has a lot of meanings, right? Whoa! All right. Alley-oop. Get my stamina back. I can lock on. Oh, there's a map. I'm in the rooftops, I think? I went through the park, I was in the town. Maybe I'm still in the park? I'm probably still in the park. I don't think I'm in... I mean, I could be in Stuff Valley. It's just that Stuff Valley looks so much more pleasant than where I am right now. Ah, stairs. Oh. Dude. Locked doors are just promises of future pain. Remember where they are.
Am I late for school? Wait, the school is just behind
So it hasn't been saving.
through a hole in the fence of parking lot.
So don't bother. So I can't really bother with
Mad if she didn't came for me today.
saving, unless there's like a manual save slots that have been. I need to actually go through the menus.
I should hurry up. Park is just behind this fence.
Oh, I can vault without using stamina. If this is what she's dreaming about, her life must be really fucked up.
What? Am I still?
I don't like to be on my own when crying. Poor lady.
Ah! I see you. What? Come on! Wow. Beautiful. That was pretty frustrating. I think I have a flashlight. No. No. Okay, so that's a thing to know. Every time I go out, even without turning off the game, the settings don't save. Is there... Ah, okay, I think that was the saving button. I didn't even notice that at the bottom.
Am I... The school is just behind the Dithered Park. I can get there through a hole in the fence of parking lot.
VOD Penny. Why VOD? Is she video on demand?
I will be mad if she didn't came. Looks like she forgot about me.
Wow. Yeah, maybe they just didn't work on any stair climbing animations yet? Not sure what to make of that.
What a douche! I should hurry up. The park is just behind this fence. See what? Am I? If I still, if that thing is real, I don't even want to know who made this.
Oh, I didn't see that dialogue before. That's cool. God damn it. When you're as small as me, everything is fall damage. Should make a game and have fall damage, but it's not fall damage. It's damage that has to do with the season of fall. Can I not get... I didn't have the proper momentum. And they're gonna still be following me. Yeah, they are.
Locked.
Locked.
Still locked.
Still locked. Wow. I guess it's time out. Too bad there's nothing I can buy. Ah! Oh, really? Damn. Damn. They're like Spampton. It's so bad. Oh wow, after we respawn here. That gives me like a little bit of hope. I hear it.
Locked.
So right now without a weapon, I'm kind of screwed. I was like, what is she looking at? Oh, the other ones are still over here. Because of course they are. Mr. Bear, please let me go. I just want to go to school. If I get hit one more time, I die again. Ah! Wow, they were hiding in the fucking bushes. I should just let it kill me. Playing this like I'm some weirdo in an ARG. I was like, well, if I know where they are based on where I die, I can, like, get them to come to places and lead them away from where I need to go. Reminds me of all our time playing, Death's End Request. That game has glitches on purpose. Come on, dude. I just need a little time to replenish my stamina. Cannot catch a break. Ah! Whole game be some jumping off point for an unfiction project. That'd be interesting. Yep, and you're coming my way. Yeah, it's like a dead end at that door, so I don't know where else to go. Very work in progress. The best video game that's related to an unfiction project, in my opinion, right now is probably, what was it? Giggle Town? Giggle Land? Not even out yet. It has like a game on the way, and it has like a game that's supposed to be like sort of mimicking like an old school like sort of in the vein of like public access. Well, I say public access, like a Carmen San Diego or whatnot, like those browser games. And it's like a action platformer, I guess. It's curious. Yeah, not a lot of places to go. Maybe here? Oh, that was locked before. The fuckers who hate me and everything I stand for. Right, I have actually been in this room before. I'm just gonna consider stairs off limits. Guess I need more stamina before I can jump. I'm dealing with capital S. Real. The never-ending grind set. Right, because there was that fucking, oh, maybe yeah. Blocks. You climb blocks. Finally. Yeah, I need some yellow paint. Not gonna lie, I need some fucking yellow paint. Of some sort. Especially when the game is so busy, you know? Oh, I'm like just right above the shop. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be on these. Let me get off. Takes a decent amount of stamina to jump. At least it feels decent when it's so low. Oh, okay. What? Oh. Well, that's on Fortnite. Fall! She's a witch. Yeah, an unstuck button would be so good. Oh, it's stuck. I can't actually, there we go. I think? Okay, I guess the menu's, stayed. Okay, and we'll start me at the beginning again, or...
Am I late for school again?
Yeah.
The school is just behind the Dithered Park. I can get there through a hole in the fence at parking lot.
Oh, I guess I need to light the lantern? Yeah, I don't have a storage yet. I guess it's supposed to be view routes?
I will be mad if she didn't came for me today.
I think this is where I'll stop my playtest playthrough for now. It's also really straining because of the blinking textures are also sort of seizure inducing. And video games are seizure-inducing, even in the best of times. So I have I try to have a tolerance built up. But I did my best. They obviously plan more in this playtest, considering there's 4 more achievements for the playtest. If they do an update, or next time they do an update to it, it's probably the next time I'll jump into it, because I'm kind of hitting a brick wall in terms of progression, really. I mean, I made a little bit of progress, but I'm still kind of like, I don't know what to do. I mean, I knew the general direction, get to school, but other than that, it's just, things are really busy. So it's really hard to, like, see a lot of stuff, and there's, like, the bushes. So I think they probably should be a little less chaotic, honestly. I'll probably try off stream on higher settings to see if it's, if the environments are a little bit more legible, but I think it's part of the design. I mean, it's literally called Dithered, right? What does their trailer look like?
It is Molly and Coco here.
Oh, thank you for letting me know about the redeems. We've been sucky at that lately. Ada ada. It's not like I like auditing at you. It's not like you're cute or anything. Thanks for being around, Moss. This whole game is actually what the MasterCard and Visa offices look like. Oh, does she wear glasses?
Penny, it is Molly and Coco here. Remember us?
Looks like she forgot about me. Don't like to be on my own when crying. Poor lady.
Imagine these are gummy bears. You will survive thanks to them.
Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to have a weapon
Am I
already.
dreaming? Is this just another nightmare?
Girl, now eat the blue one. Yes. Look how easy it is now.
OMG, are we going to wish list this one, Molly?
The blue, the red, and the purple seem like they're important. Dithered invites you to the realm forsaken by the clock. It's a real nightmare where you must perform through the jagged shards of a protagonist's trauma. Guided by two bickering birds, haunted by a ticking horror, you must fight your way through a glitching reality. Yeah, it's glitchy on purpose. You step into the small trembling shoes of Penelope? I thought it was Penny. A girl trapped in a toy bot's limbo of her own trauma. This is no world of physics, it's a world of feelings. The heavy hum of the fog hides the things that click and scrape in the dark wind, while your only companions tell you it's just a bad dream. Is this a fever, a hallucination, or has the world simply decided to stop making sense? You know, the way you walked it 1,000 times between the picket fences and the rusted bus stops. The path to school is always a straight line, but today the line is snapped. The sky is bleeding pixels. The neighbors are static, and the horizon is a jagged void. The world isn't just broken, it's dissolving. Experience a dithered aesthetic where the low poly shadows dance with noisy, crunching life of their own. This isn't just retro, it's memory that has been left out in the rain. A miniature world of decay. Alias and beautiful, rotting at the edges of your vision. Remember to manage your sugar crash while you medicate the horror away. Don't mind the labels, the warnings, the skeletons on the glass. Those are just the old words from a world that forgot how to smile. My recipes turn burning water into nectar of the clouds. You're a small child in a world of giants. Combat is not just about being a superhero, it's about weight and desperation. Every swing of your improvised weapon consumes stamina. Every dodge must be timed perfectly. Fight back against the pencil-legged abominations and rotting teddy bears. using a combat system that rewards patience, pattern recognition, and the courage to strike back at your nightmares. In every glitch, there is a choice that me, authors of your grief. You are not alone in the static. Coco and Molly, two birds with spinning heads and honeyed words, are your guides. They'll tell you the monsters are just rats. They'll tell you the blood is just spilled juice. What do you trust when your eyes see the rot, but your friends sing of sunshine? Like toxic positivity, I guess? Will you follow Coco and become a storm of splintered rage and fire? Or will you listen to Molly and slip through the stack like a ghost in a drywall? Smash the gate or pick the lock? Fight the nightmares or hide from it? Every decision scars the architecture of your limbo, leading to an ending that you might not be ready to hear. So you definitely gotta play into some more stealth mechanics in, because there are no stealth mechanics so far. I'm gonna be real, even when I first looked at the game, I was a little bit worried that it was like AI, and now Steam is a lot more lax about like what to put for AI notices or what counts. And I won't sit here and say that I still don't have my suspicions, but because we live in a world of like, you know, suspicion and stuff like that, I'm trying to keep a good head on my shoulders. And I mean, like, believe you me, I get like we get figurative offers across our desk all the time to cover games or game keys or whatever that end up being like AI. And sometimes the developers are upfront about that. Sometimes they have to do a little digging. And like, I can't tell here, not for sure, but I also know that there's sometimes like false positives as well. And you know, this playtest version is pretty rough. But like, it seems to be like a lot of this glitchy aesthetic is supposed to be there. I would say, you know, the aesthetic is fine, but like, I hate to say make it make sense, but like, it's a little bit too chaotic right now. Like, sans even my epilepsy, I was struggling a lot of it of like where things are supposed to be and like what the correct path was. And because of the stamina being what it is, and there not being any way for me to hide or like do anything without a weapon to manage the enemies, it kind of wasn't fun. But I will check up on this game in the future. I also like encourage you all to do your own research, not just for a game like this, but any game. I mean, we have to be a lot more aware of things. And I don't want to give this game a bad reputation if it doesn't deserve it. It definitely seems from the Steam page it got some interesting things going on and themes that they want to explore. And it seems to almost be in the like Rule of Rose camp of sort of implying that like the character is like reliving memories and this isn't just a day in a life. I mean, with the Alice Madness similarities, I could see it being like, oh yeah, like, I rather imagine myself as a child because the world is scary and it's still scary, but it was a little less scary then. But I guess we'll see. There's no right way to survive grief, only your way. The fog is thick this morning, honey. It's making your head fuzzy. You missed the bus. You're stressed. Got me thinking of Beetlejuice with these. Okay, I am curious what curators have said. Games to keep an eye on. Cunny. Of course, Bad Bitch Blasters. Bad Bitch Blasters is definitely has plenty of cunny. Finally, someone is making another one. American McGee Alice, but 2000s angry emo mall teen. Literally, it looks like it, it sounds like it, it plays like it. It's and that is a good thing. Yeah, not much. I really like what Dithered is going for, even with its rough edges. I certainly am hoping for the best. I'm really curious on what it's gonna be putting down, and I was really excited to get into its combat. Too bad I couldn't find the fucking umbrella. Has there been a game that you streamed that you hated outright? That I streamed? I don't think so. There are games that we played since becoming a streamer that were just like, oh my god. I won't say the game, but there is a game we have done a Steam review for that we feel really bad about having done a negative Steam review for it, because we have like 0.2 hours in it. We had such a strong reaction that we just had to do that. And we're willing to go back and maybe appraise our take, but it's just like, it was such a gut punch, you know? There's certain games where it's like sort of like non-applicable, like we don't have hate for the game, but it doesn't really amount to much. That there's games that are like, there are games that present themselves as a finished product but are at the level of like the level of completedness that Dithered is at right now. And we have played games that were like felt sort of broken and janky. But I still have a hard time hating anything I play, even if I don't like necessarily like it. I guess it would be if something was like strongly trying to antagonize me, I guess. And you would think the fucking easy game to manage that sort of headspace would be like what was it? Y2K? The postmodern RPG with the fucking incel brain guy. But we didn't hate that either. And that game was even worse for epilepsy. Alright, I'll be right back after these quick messages. Main event. Alright, so like I said, this is gonna be a short stream. Or maybe I didn't say that during stream. I'm pretty sure I said that in like the at on Blue Sky or whatever. But we don't have a lot of time today, and you know we're still on hiatus, so it's not a super big deal. But a game just came out today. It is, well, it's a re-release really, because there's an itch.io version of the game, and we actually had it on our list of games to play for a while. But while you know life happens, while you're making other plans, it suddenly hit us that, well, the developer was coming out with like an enhanced version, and we jumped over to Steam, we wishlisted it, and then we forgot about it. And then today it was like we got a notification in our email, yeah, it's out today. It's queer as fuck, 2 girls in space, essential something. Let's look at the store page. The moon looks beautiful tonight. Definitive edition. 11 months ago, the moon was sent violently flying off course by a catastrophic explosion, depriving Earth of its steady stream of resources. Less importantly, the 2 maintenance workers on where the explosion occurred have been stranded ever since. It's not so bad. Honestly, the heart provides for everything. A practically infinite source that gives them water, food, and powers their satellite as they wait for their ever-dwindling hopes for rescue. At this point, Rose's biggest stressor is her blossoming relationship with her only companion. The heart has stopped. The Moon Looks Beautiful Tonight Definitive Edition is a Yuri visual novel about the fear of the unknown. It's a story featuring sapphics, gender, and self-discovery. Inspired by PC-98 games and sci-fi stories from the 90s, the re-release is the complete edit of the original story, including new graphics, an original OST, and an updated story. The game includes 25,000 words of story, 10 plus gorgeous CGs inspired by PC-98 games, an original soundtrack, a moon with a broken heart. The moon, our most beloved ally. As the resources deplete. Wait. I'll do you one better. The moon, our beloved ally! As Earth's resources depleted, mankind looked to the moon for no matter what, we continue on with or without our beloved moon. Whatever the moon is up to now is no business of ours, right? Wait, is this the song? This is a song that, fucking... Okay, it's different. It's different. It just has a similar tune to, oh, another trailer. Trapped on a drifting moon. 2 maintenance workers must fix its broken heart. Their only aid? Is Daisy. Yeah. Daisy, something about for you. Oh, kissing. Yeah, I was just having a fucking flashbacks to Digital Circus is all. Digital Circus, that the new episode comes out this week. Daisy Bell is a definite motif. Daisy, Daisy, something, something for you. I'm not crazy, something, something for you. Prefs. Prefs. Full beam. Voices? This isn't fully voiced, is it? It gives me a lot less to do, but it means it'll go by that much quicker. 11 months ago, an unparalleled terrestrial catastrophe, now known as the Mega-Terrestrial Impact Scenario, reshaped our understanding of the Earth-Moon relationship and the dynamics of our solar system. Today, we look back on this world-shattering event and the scientific research that followed to appreciate its lasting impact. The sheer force generated by the MTIS ejected the moon from the Earth's gravitational pull, thrusting it into a new orbit as it drifted further away from its original home. This shift led to significant alterations in lunar gravity, causing a cascade of geological disruptions such as moonquakes, resulting in surface damage visible to the naked eye. In the aftermath of the ejection, the moon began to interfere with the gravitational balance of other celestial bodies in its path. The lunar body posed the potential threat of being captured by another planet's gravity or causing imbalance in the gravitational fields of nearby celestial bodies. The initial death toll was deceptively minimal due to its initial impact in the Pacific. However, the ensuing tsunamis and seismic events resulted in the death of an estimated 1.94 billion people, and the number steadily mounts as the world struggles to reshape itself. The equivalent of 231.75 trillion USD has been spent on rescue and relocation attempts alone. The impact on the Earth's surface and the significant rerouting of the moon's trajectory sent shockwaves through the fragile equilibrium of our solar system. Perhaps the most devastating effect was the cessation of Dr. Rain's revolutionary research. As Earth's own ability to sustain itself has dwindled, the resources generated by the technology she integrated within the moon itself has been pivotal. What efforts haven't been spared to repair Earth itself have been spent developing mechanisms to pull the moon back in orbit. In light of Dr. Rain's 89th birthday and recent passing, we reflect on her admirable belief that despite the catastrophic piece of junk. Dr. Rain's 89th birthday. Rose keeps her eyes closed as she listens to Violet curse under her breath. She doesn't need to look to see what Violet's doing. There's shuffling, then the small click of Violet extracting a tool from her belt to tinker with the module. This makes the 4th time this month this malfunctioned, and Violet refuses to accept what the both of them already know, that the machine is far, far past its prime, and eventually they're gonna have to give up the ghost. Rose is too tired to start an argument with Violet over it, especially when the conversation will inevitably end up veering towards topics Rose isn't trying to bring up. We need it to work, Violet would say, as if what they needed made a difference. Don't you like it? I'm sure as hell do. Keeps the mind intellectually stimulated. I bet, Rose thinks, feeling that old sliver of resentment. Irrational resentment. She doesn't begrudge Violet for her eagerness for any sliver of news from Earth. Violet has friends and family she cares about, that she worries desperately about. Rose just wishes Violet would be honest about it, the way she used to be. Rose doesn't open her eyes because she can imagine a look of rapt urgency on Violet's face. She can imagine Violet holding it as long as she notices Rose looking. Yes, Violet used to be more honest about this sort of thing, before the moon exploded. Sure, Rose liked the receiver, essentially a glorified VCR. Even if she's already listened to all her favorite books 10 times over, even if the device is just a reminder of her job here, the feudal upkeep of technology a decade older than their time, the voice was nice. She liked that she could change what it sounded like, that she could turn the dials to make the pitch higher or the cadence lower. She could almost pretend that there was someone there besides the two of them. Even with her eyes closed, she can tell that Violet hasn't moved, that she's still tethered to the side of the wall, muttering to herself and tugging on wires. Rose sighs through her nose, undoes the straps holding her to her bed, and gets up. Damn, these girls pretty. Violet, you're up early. She didn't laugh. Sleep well? Mm-hmm. Good. She gives Rose a pound on the shoulder that lingers for a second less than usual. Seriously, the sort of crap we have to work with here. You'd think they had thought to have given us some more entertainment just in case. They'll be stranded in space forever, so let's make sure they get a few good books at least. Not forever. Can you hand me the wire cutters? Yeah, they should be in the fourth bag from the left. Rose nods, though Violet has turned away anyhow and floats to the side of the cabin. Compared to Violet, Rose is awful at telling what things go into which identical unlabeled container. The last of their dry erase markers gave up weeks ago. Found it, here you go. Violet nods wordlessly and thanks. Rose watches Violet work. She's meticulous, straightforward, diligent, and good at what she does. Like, really good. Even in training, she's been so determined to get out of the moon maintenance and into more illustrious projects. Hydroponic architecture on Mars or the Jupiter mission, to name a few. Rose has been happy to leave gravity for the stars. Mission accomplished. If we were ever getting out of here, I'm sure Violet can get any assignment she wants. She washed her hair today. I can smell the shampoo from here. It's the same shampoo Rose wears, in theory, but it smells different on Violet. Violet's hands strip insulation off wires with practice ease. She rips off unnecessary odds and ends, slipping them into her pouch. Sweat beads off her scalp. Her back turned to Rose. Nobody speaks. They used to make conversations over this sort of thing. There we go. Violet snaps her tool back into her belt. The screen stutters once, twice, then comes back to life. The transmission's still playing. Rose can hear the relief in her voice. She doesn't understand how Violet can still manage to get excited for these. For the first few weeks after the MTIS, any communication from Earth was a lifeline. They both used to sleep in front of the receiver, Violet fretting over the alignment of the antenna. It took them a while to accept that the antenna weren't the problem. But none of these transmissions are anything new, and Violet, deep down, probably knows this. They're all the same platitudes and echoing reassurances. All those empty words for one simple message. We still remember you. We're still here. We're still so far away. But whatever, Rose can honor Dr. Rain's memory and listen along. She starts preparing breakfast as the static breaks, taking out the little tasteless cube things from a labeled drawer in the wall. She's never been a fan, but it's food, and at least it doesn't taste like what it's made of. It hums a little harder as she shoves them into the oven, sets the temperature and time on, and starts rehydrating their food. This is far from the... Violet slams her hand down on the screen one more time. It jitters. Scientific community continues to develop predictive models for the ongoing ramifications of the unprecedented event. Rose pulls out their so-called food from the oven, then sharply recoils when it scalds her arm. She lets it cool midair as she watches the monitor from over Violet's shoulder. Violet is nice enough to let her. Our hope is that through this research, we will safeguard against future terrestrial catastrophes. Perhaps the most pressing of our research concerns, efforts in further exploration and space retrieval, as two brave frontiersmen still remain on the moon to this day, collecting data, communicating with Earth, and maintaining Dr. Rain's technology so it may be used again someday. We put forth Dr. Rain's heartfelt message from us on Earth to those in space. No matter how vast the distance between us, know that you are not alone out there. Good night, everyone. The transmission clicks off. Rose reads the final timestamp. The broadcast aired exactly 2 hours and 42 minutes ago. When they first went up here, the transmissions took 10 minutes to reach them. It's been taking longer and longer, and the faltering playback, the static, most of it isn't the receiver's fault. And Violet knows it too. She's quiet for a while, staring at the machine. Huh? They called us frontiersmen. Violet's depressed. Once again, the broadcast has the usual hollow promises. Not even a message from Nova or anything. Secretly, Rose is not surprised that they keep sending them. Sorry, Rose is surprised that they keep sending them. There's little reason for ground control to not just mark them deceased and abandon them. The heart be damned. On Earth, there are other geniuses, better solutions. The two of them are just the maintenance crew. It's probably why Violet still gets excited for these, why these transmissions are still a glint of hope for her. Though she knows, same as Rose does, what they're gonna say. And if these transmissions ever stopped? It's mango flavor today. Figured I'd break out the good stuff. We deserve it, don't you think? Thanks. To her credit, Violet doesn't flinch when her fingers brush Rose's, and she picks at her food with intent. Rose hooks her feet into the wall beside her, scraping through the condensed slop. They'd have to start rationing flavor packets, and though the heart could generate nigh limitless amounts of mineral gruel, Rose wasn't really looking forward to subsisting herself on it for the rest of her life. Violet swallows it down quickly before pushing herself forward, tossing Rose a nod as she floats by. But seriously, thanks, it's great. Compliments to the chef. It's not like I... Yeah. Violet waves her hand dismissively. I'm throwing you a bone here, the motion says. Rose watches as Violet scrapes the residuals of her meal off into the recycling. Rose appreciates the gesture. But for Rose, it isn't enough. Rose likes working in the dark. Not that she enjoys being unable to see. In fact, it's remarkably unsafe up here. But this is the one place she can escape from the fluorescent lights, the one place closest to home. If Rose ignores the blinking dots of the machinery, she can imagine she's in her garage, messing around with wood rather than scrape metal with her flashlight wedged between her shoulders. She can hear the heartbeat in her ears. When all she can see is her personal corner of space, the vast emptiness up here feels a little smaller, a little less overwhelming. The complex machinery, Violet's disappointed gaze, and the strangeness of her situation all dissipate under the gentle shroud of darkness. It's comforting. She grabs one of the tools floating around in midair, feels its shape, and grabs a different one. The discarded tool spins in its wake. She presses the tip of her welding gun against the fragile, brightly colored metal, then pulls back sharply. Ow, 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 ow! She sucks on her thumb, hastily grabbing tape to finish the job, one-handed before unplugging the welding gun. It sails through the air, rapidly cooling. Rose is too preoccupied with the results of her labor to pay much attention to it. She tapes on her final touches and tosses the things into the air, watching as it somersaults twice before setting on its trajectory, lazily circling the cabin. Rose lounges back in the air. For all the inconvenience and worry that comes from being stranded in space, there's a reason she used to dream about making it here. The heart hums all around her, its influence shining through the screens in gentle palpitations as the lights flicker back on. More than anything else Rose had known down on Earth, it feels motherly. No, that wasn't the right word. The protection the heart has provided has many things: grounding, sustaining, life-giving, but motherly? Rose sighs deeply, glancing out at the expanse of the stars. She once found the sight incomprehensibly breathtaking. Now it holds the same weight in her mind as a sunrise from her bedroom window. Comfortingly familiar, ultimately unremarkable. Beautiful. She wouldn't mind waking up to this for the rest of her... Hey, Rose, you in there? Rose fumbles through the air, clawing at her creation to little avail. It bumps up against her fingertips, turning over on itself as it floats merrily away and right into Violet's face as she unseals the door. Didn't see you there. How are... She trails off, watching helplessly as Violet plucks it from space. Her face shifts from its usual awkward stare to a frown. Rose notes bitterly that Violet looks unsurprised. What's this? Her expression belies any genuine inquiry in her voice. It's supposed to be a bunny, but it doesn't look much like one, does it? I mean, a figure of a bunny, not a real one. Obviously, so... Violet stares at her, tired, incredulous. Rose rubs her neck, biting back useless temples to smooth the situation over. She can tell what Violet will say even before she speaks. I'm not gonna even bother asking what this could be good for. You don't need me to tell you what your time is better spent doing. I know you love your activities. But using up resources? Come on now. What you do in your own time is your business. But you don't have the extra material to spare for arts and crafts, you know that. It's just a bit of extra metal plating, hardly the difference between life and death. But they only have so much to work with. Violet is right. When hasn't she been? Rose's stomach churns, guilt crawling up her throat. Of course she's supposed to be more responsible. She's supposed to be prioritizing their mission. She's supposed to be prioritizing their survival. She can't look at Violet. She gives an awkward shrug of acknowledgement. It's good to see you haven't lost your touch. She pockets the bunny. If you've nothing better to do, you can help me out with logging readings. We've got a home to get back to. You know that, right? Rose does know that. Rose knows that because she's been trapped up here for almost a year. She's been trapped up here for almost a year too. And she's just as aware as Violet is that any day now the water recycling system could fail, or that thing that turns their hair follicles into a food source could get a little too rusty, and that'd be the end of them. They're barely keeping themselves alive as it is. They can't afford to spare energy and resources on bunnies, or, well, nah, it's okay. I'll look over the latrine. The flushing mechanism has been making some weird sounds lately. The ever-present tension in Violet's shoulders seems to ease slightly. Rose can see how reluctant Violet is to offer her hand now. She knows Violet only does it out of obligation, or pity, and she can't bear to take it. Okay. They stare at each other in silence for a moment. A moment they might have filled, once upon a time, with goofy jokes. Maybe a playful debate on the material importance of a few stray pieces of scrap metal. Now, they're just a few feet away from each other, and it feels like the distance between a planet and its moon. A moon and its satellite. And with that, Violet turns and floats away with cruel and easy grace. The way only Violet can. She doesn't look back. This hurts me. Didn't expect this to hit in the married but not married category. I'm assuming they've been up here for longer than they've been stuck. But who knows? It just, I recognize similarities between this dynamic and, well, having a long-term relationship where things aren't going good in the material ways and the walls keep closing in, you know? Stuck in a small space, not able to socialize a lot, or not having a lot of energy or freedom. Honestly, I could even compare it to the Coffin of Andy and Lele. Considering that game starts with them both trapped in their house for who knows how long. I mean, I guess it also was just like pure like COVID lockdown energy. I'm definitely a Rose, and not just because I'm black. Definitely the artsy one. I'm liking it so far, and it's getting super close to home. I want to say that it makes me think of that thing that Ursula K. Le Guin said of like speculative fiction isn't really talking about the future. It's using the portents of the future to talk about the present. At least that's a kind of a... It's not the exact wording. Paraphrasing. That's the word I'm looking for. How do I go? Return. The heart beats. It always has. And pulses and hums. The wires' heat travels in rhythms, and their screens' backlight flicker in time. It's subtle enough that you're not paying attention. It could seem random. But Rose has been here for 11 months and a day, down to the hour, and she's felt the patterns through closed eyelids every day, every hour. It lulls her to sleep in the same way her fan did at night, back when she'd sleep in nothing but a bra in the summer, a low background thrum that she takes her for granted when she hears it, that wakes her up when the power goes out and she doesn't. So it doesn't register at first. She thinks she's dreaming, caught in true and utter silence for the first time since she can remember. Rose! Rose! The heart isn't... It's not... Violet can't finish her thought. She's inches away from Rose's face when Rose opens her eyes, hands gripping her bed frames tight enough to snap it. All Rose can do is stare. The horror hits her before Violet even finishes speaking. It's not beating. Rose doesn't believe her at first, if only because her own heart is thumping so loud in her ears that all she can think is, surely that can't be the case. The heart stopped? But that's... Then again, what hasn't been impossible this year? Like a switch, the silence becomes suffocating and oppressive. It crushes her from all sides, a deafening absence of the hum, pulse, the rhythm that's been their constant companion for so long. It fills the space where the heart used to be with a gaping yawn of apathy. Rose rips the covers off of her body. The weightlessness of the cabin makes her blankets float lazily in the air as she pushes off her bed, sailing across the cabin towards one of the screens that typically displays diagnostics for the heart. Her face stares back at its reflection, a black void of its usual life. This can't be happening. This can't be... Her fingertips trace over the cold wires, chest fluttering in the same way it had been when part of the moon broke off. Everything in the cabin is motionless. Of course, they are prepared for countless emergencies and malfunctions, system errors and damages from potential space debris. Hell, they'd even prepared to be cut off from the comms, to be unable to return to Earth altogether. But somehow, the heart, it was different. It couldn't break. Not all at once. They were diligent in their record keeping. They had nothing else to do. There had to have been something they missed. Some foreshadowing, a hint, or a chance that they could have called in time to prevent a complete and utter shutdown. They should have been able to... Rose! Rose! Listen to me. Violet grips her shoulders. She's close enough that Rose can feel her breath on her skin. Rose. Violet keeps repeating her name. She sounds so far away. Rose, we can fix this. It's going to be okay. Calm down. Rose takes a shaky breath. Attempting to steady her racing thoughts, she reaches up to grip Violet's hand. By some miracle, Violet lets her. Her expression doesn't even change. Listen. We're a maintenance team. We might not have been trained for this specific sort of emergency, but we've been trained for tens of dozens of near variations on it. We need to gather our gear, diagnose a problem, and execute the solution. If we break it down into a series of tasks, it'll be easier, and more importantly, plausible. Violet leans back. The lights from her visor shine off her skin unnaturally. We're surviving this. We're going to go down there, kick that junk around till we've got it fixed, then hunker down as our grand accomplishments finally impress someone down there enough to... Violet cuts herself off and closes her eyes. Her grip tightens. Rose has never been more scared in her life. She never wants this moment to end. You good now? You got this? Rose nods, slowly first, and then with a bit more vigor. Violet nods back. She removes her hand from Rose's shoulder. Rose packs up while Violet records the transmission down to Earth. There's no time to waste. Moon maintenance team AB to ground, reporting in. We're getting no readings from the heart, and we're unable to run remote diagnostics. Repeat, the heart is currently non-functional. Seeking permission to enter the core, over. She sent it as a formality, but Violet knows that they don't have the luxury to wait for a response. The time it takes for the transmission to reach Earth is far better spent preparing the cart. Rose gives Violet a small wave as she ducks down the hatch, and Violet nods back, a gesture normal enough to make Rose feel like everything might be okay. They're on the same team again. Violet might not wait for a response, but she's not breaking protocol. Rose is fine with that. The rail cart is old, more sturdy than elegant. Rose has used it a few times in person, hundreds in training. She knows the controls, and she also knows that the cart is more trouble than it's worth. Back when clearing the tunnels were a bigger priority, they'd use it at least once a week. Each time, they'd go through the laborious process of securing their suits and recording their vitals. Once it became apparent that they'd be preoccupied with the maintenance of the satellite that they'd actually lived in, there was little reason for them to travel inside the moon, no matter what the broadcast claimed. It wasn't as if anyone on Earth would be able to benefit from its resources anytime soon. The boot process is a ritualistic exercise in precision and patience that begins with unlocking the power switch, a small red button concealed under the protective cap. Rose presses it, then jams it when the button doesn't immediately illuminate. It eases into life, its dull red glow a quiet reassurance. The cart's a remnant of a bygone era of routine maintenance and thorough exploration, back when the moon was something to be discovered rather than optimized. The cart's body, marked by years of lunar dust and scratches from its travels, is a testament to its age. It's squat and cylindrical, the size of a car, designed to handle every sort of unique pressure the moon could throw at it. Rose hates the inside. It's Spartan and utilitarian, built for practicality and survival over comfort. The front of the cart houses a control panel with a variety of switches, buttons, and knobs, all labeled with faded text and symbols that she'd once known by heart, and now just kinda sorta knows. Violet, what comes after the navigation systems? Need me to get it set up for you? No, it's fine, I got it. Okay. I'd skip the communications, by the way. Save us the power. Right, not much use when there's no one to talk to. Rose bites her lip, pulls at levers, and presses buttons, glancing at the instructions engraved into the side of the cart whenever she forgets if she's supposed to turn a knob left or right. There are 2 seats, one for the driver, one for the passenger, both more and beyond comfort. There are tethers in the back for storing cargo and sleeping. A holographic as Rose finishes up. The car's vitals charted through backlit LEDs. Power levels, system integrity, life support statuses. She scans each metric before reaching for the heavy metal dial at the front of the panel. The rail cart lurches, magnetic clamps securing it to the track. The smooth hum of the electric drive fills the cabin. The variation almost comforting in the absence of the heart. Done already? Nice work. Violet ducks inside, bracing against the door frame to avoid hitting her head. Despite herself, Rose glows at the compliment. Violet doesn't waste a second getting to work, giving Rose's handiwork a once-over, nodding to herself. She still trusts Rose, which must be why she doesn't triple-check before letting the rail cart lurch forward. This part here is why scientific journals had changed their descriptions from impressive to science fiction. The satellite they reside in is connected to the moon by a long shaking tube lined with grade 910 and titanium alloys. Its purpose is threefold: keeping it from floating out to the nothingness of space when the moon's gravitational field proves not strong enough, providing a conduit for the heart's power, and letting the rail cart traverse between the 2 locations. The tube is modular. It reminds Rose of the wooden snakes her fingers got wrapped in as a kid. As the cart enters the tube, it bounces over the sections, struggling to stabilize. Rose holds her breath despite herself, but even after months of disuse, the rail cart and the tube both endure. The tube isn't completely opaque. There are gaps of foot-thick plastic that allow occupants to view their journey. Violet's more comfortable soothing the carts forward rather than paying attention to her, so Rose doesn't feel guilty for staring outside. The stars are nothing Rose hasn't seen before. Violet doesn't even bother glancing up, preoccupied with running checks and ensuring the tunnel won't snap midair. In more recent months, Rose had a hard time adjusting to the lack of Earth on the metaphorical horizon. It took only 2 months for their world to sink from view. 2 more before she started struggling to pinpoint it with a telescope. Now the constant readjustments needed to find it hardly seemed worth the effort. The stars are more interesting anyhow. Rose looks back at the tube curves, giving her a proper view of the satellite. The place she has called home for months shrinks before her eyes, small enough to fit in her palm. She presses her hand against the sky. The outside vanishes from the shuddering noise in an instant. The stars replacing the man-made panels and moon dust as the tube ends and the tunnel begins. The only noise in their cabin is the hum of the cart and the small dings of the control panel. As Violet's quiet breathing. The next 6 or so hours of the journey are uneventful. Uneventful enough that Violet decides that they can sleep. The alarm system is functional enough that we wouldn't have to worry about missing the engine rupturing or something. Though I doubt that'll happen, and even if it does, there's not much we can do about it anyways. The more rest we get, the better. Rose nods. If Violet thinks that it's safe, she's probably right. She's too paranoid to allow them to sleep if they had any doubt. And also, Violet's just smart like that. Rose trusts her. I'm also noticing that the heat's gone up. Guess we're gonna be noticing that throughout the game. They're somewhat pressed for room. When they tie themselves to their tethers, Rose tries to give Violet room. Really, she does. It's the least she can offer to Violet after everything. But there's only so much of yourself that you can control when you're half floating in space. And they're not yet far enough inside the moon to get any outside warmth, so this isn't crossing any lines, right? Even with what happened, we've known each other long enough that it's not like this is that weird. It's warmer this way. Violet's eyes are shut mere inches from Rose's own. She can make out every single one of Violet's lashes. If she had the patience and time for it, Rose could count them. Violet's pretty. Focus. Or don't. I need to rest. If we're gonna be able to deal with the heart, then the heart weighs heavy on our mind. The organ of their survival, now dead of weight in the belly of the moon. Everything eventually ends, sure. But the heart hasn't given them any warning when they first landed. Ground control had promised another decade before intensive maintenance will be required. At least 7 years if they were really being cautious. But less than 1? The heart stopped beating. The heart has given up for whatever reason. That just means we need to go fix it. That's why I need to rest. If we have any chance of getting out of this, I need to get my act together. If we have any chance of getting out of this, then there's a very real chance we might not survive this. The thought pierces her like a bullet. The only other time she felt this panicked and truly, really panicked, not the usual playground victimhood, was when the moon had first ricocheted off course. Constant transmissions and apologies and grievances and national mournings and... I'm not dead yet! I'm alive! Don't say that! Please. If I'm gonna die, then let me... She needs to try again. She can't die wondering. Violet, are you still up? What? Yeah. Trying not to be. Why? Is something the matter? Just, the whole situation we're in. Violet shifts in the dark. Fair enough. She's laughing. Not unkindly. Rose has known her for long enough to hear the humor in her voice. But we've got this. Taking care of the heart is our job. All that time spent studying wasn't for nothing. I'll help you fill in the blanks. She's quiet for a moment. You're good with your hands, so... Worst case, you can just solder the whole thing back together. She's shrugging under the tethers. Grinning. The light in her eyes is genuine. Violet isn't one for flattery. She wouldn't say it if she didn't really mean it. And this makes Rose feel all the more guilty. Yeah? Listen, Violet. If we don't make it out of here, Rose, we are not doing this again. The cold cabin drops to freezing. All that warmth on her face is gone, and Rose misses it desperately, like oxygen. For a moment, before the anger rolls in, Rose can see the fear on Violet's face. She swallows. Violet, we might not... I'm not going to... This is just going to distract us from our mission. Why would you think that my response will be any different this time around? Rose looks away. She hears the sound of Violet sucking through her teeth. A measured attempt at regaining her patience. Because you think we're gonna die, is that it? Look, I appreciate how optimistic you're being and everything, about how we'll fix it and everything will be okay, but we don't know that for sure, right? We don't even know why it's broken, let alone how to fix it. It's not like it's ever broken before. And if that's the case, and we only get one chance, then stop. Violet's nice and clean about it, pushing herself closer to the other side of the wall, putting space between them. This isn't the time or place. Rose feels that familiar tightness in her chest. So, what's the right time? The right place? If we ever manage to make it back to Earth, would you give me the answer then? Violet rolls over. Get some rest, Rose. We're tired. You're stressed out. Things will be better after you sleep. Okay. They fall asleep facing away from each other. I'm assuming the will you give me the answer then is like whether or not they can be like in an official relationship or something. Someone so close yet so far away. Wild. This isn't Tatsugiri. This is failing at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, Yuri. Her ceiling fan whirs dully over Rose's head. It's summer, or technically spring, but it certainly feels like summer, with the heat and her neighbor's radio buzzing through the walls. The only difference is that if it were actually summer, the overflowing stack of papers on her desk would be star charts and ship launch dates instead of unfinished essays. Just 2 more weeks. Just 2 more weeks, then she'll have passed the exam, her ticket out of this sweat hole. Just 2 more weeks, and no more eternal Wednesdays. Just 2 more weeks, and they'll be smooth sailing for the rest of her fucking life. Away from girls like Penny, who whisper whenever Rose passes in the hall. Because girls like Penny know about Rose. Just 2 more weeks. The heat beats down through her sheets like sin. Rose breathes through her teeth. Can't say that. Her neighbor's radio sings louder. She pulls herself up and glances at the time. 3:42 in the morning. That's grounds enough to file a complaint, right? She swings her feet over the side of the bed. Sweaty skin slaps the floor. Me, your sweet dew. The radio static voice punctures the early morning hush. At odds with the steady whirring of her ceiling fan, it reverberates through the cheap walls, politely inviting a headache. Yet another distraction that she doesn't need. The moon stares at her through the window. It's full tonight. A watchful eye. She stumbles to the door, leaning on the handle for support before she opens it. I'm half crazy. All for the love of you. Oh, I think that's the fucking heart singing. Holy shit. Rose blinks awake. Oh, the fucking, she was dreaming and the song is actually puncturing her consciousness. That's what it was. That's super cool. Rose blinks awake. Sleep thickens her vision as she struggles to take in the scene around her. She's in a rail cart. She's tethered to the back, close to Violet, and in front of her is a person. No, it couldn't possibly be a person. Their attire is laughably inappropriate for space. Their bare feet dangling in the air. Rose has trouble telling where their clothes end and their skin begins. If they even have skin, they're lab clean white and a dress that billows around them. If they even have skin, they're lab clean white in a dress that billows around them. The fabric, if it was that, skims across the surface of the air, akin to a swan dancing over a pond. Rose had thought that they were seated, but no, they're stationary, anchored to nothing. The ends of their body fade into their surroundings. Rose realizes translucent fingernails spread through their hair. This is some fucking Evangelion Third Impact shit. Their form serves to frame the gaping hole that sat squarely in the center of their chest. The other side of the cabin stares back at Rose. They completely defied understanding. If someone told Rose this was an alien, she'd believe them. If someone told Rose this was an angel, she'd believe them too. I can't afford a carriage, but you'll look sweet upon the seat. They're pretty. Of a bicycle built for... What are you supposed to be? Rose snaps out of her trance in time to see Violet swing at the figure. In zero gravity, there's no momentum, no friction to hold you against the ground. The figure sidesteps easily with a dancer's twist. That was quite rude. But reasonable, I suppose, no. If anything, it is the correct response to encountering an unknown figure in personal quarters. But no matter. All that means is I must take the time to introduce myself. I am the first and only model of the experiment DAISY, the Daisy Line, the Distributed Artificial Intelligence for Scientific Yield. Though as my creator confided in me, the full version of my name is only so convoluted so as to justify the acronym. I am at your aid. Their words hang for a tepid moment. The air filled only with the steady hum of the cart's progress, and the occasional thump as it coasts over the piece of debris. Rose blinks at them, mind reeling, glancing over at Violet. Rose has never seen her look this shocked, her fingers twitching uselessly in the air. Finally, Rose breaks the silence. It's an AI? Daisy smiles. Violet's smile warms Rose like a cup of tea. Daisy's smile warms her like a boiling kettle. In the simplest terms, yes. A correction. I am not an it. My creator classified me as an interface. Okay, alright. So, what's with the nursery rhymes? Violet is kicked back into action, her hands at the control panel, typing this with renewed ferocity. The only time she takes her eyes off Daisy is to throw unreadable glances at Rose. Answer this first, actually. How the hell did you get in here? I trust you have a good explanation. Daisy just tilts her head. The song I was singing was a tune I selected to accompany your slumber and introduce myself. I hope you found it enjoyable. Rose can see Violet's eye twitch through the visor. Her mouth opens, but Daisy continues first. How I got in here is simple. Your presence reactivated my protection and guidance protocols. I am a life support system for living organisms. Given that the rest of the moon is not suitable for such a task at the moment, I will fill this role. As for my physical location, they pause. I was activated inside the rail cart. I am not informed on how and where my body was moved during my hibernation, so I cannot offer more than that. Violet's eye twitches again. Daisy smiles languidly at Violet, who bares her teeth, a confusion of predator and prey. That's awfully convenient. A secret life support mechanism we've never heard of just materializing in our transport system? Whether you choose to believe me or not does not change the truth. I have simply stated the facts as I am aware of them. After my subsystems established connection with the systems that were still online, I reviewed what had occurred since I had last held consciousness. I reactivated to both of you in REM sleep, and watching you rest was comforting to me. Comforting to you? Really? Violet looks uncomfortable, wrong-footed. It only lasts a moment. And I suppose there's a reason as to why we were never briefed on you beforehand. Daisy looks at them. Rose is so used to Violet's darting glances that it startles her. The way Daisy doesn't look away when Rose looks at them, the way Daisy doesn't look ashamed. You are maintenance workers. Dr. Rain was of the opinion that knowledge of my existence should be highly proprietary. As I said, I am an experimental model. I do not believe that you have had much reason to be briefed on the matter. However, given the extenuating circumstances, my subsystems detected that my activation was the best option for your survival. Daisy extends their hands to the sides. They seem so fragile. The plain expanse of their form against the elaborate mechanisms of the cabin. I look forward to aiding the two of you in your... Not a chance. Violet must have decided that Daisy isn't an immediate threat. She takes her eyes off of them, focused now on the rail cart's controls. Her fingers tap rapidly at the keys while Daisy turns, frowning. Violet, what are you doing? Shutting it down. She pulls at a stuck lever, curses under her breath. Rose winces at a particularly violent slam of her fist against a button. Please do not do that. I am not helpful to you while turned off. Not likely to get us killed while turned off either. I'm not going to do that. Violet snorts, her fingers move faster. Rose reaches to touch her shoulder, hesitates, pulls back her hand. What you're doing now is not productive if your goal is to shut me off. Great, keep that feedback coming. Violet's tone is desperate to be sharp. Like a well-used knife, she scans the interface she already knows so well, as if looking for some convenient off button she might have missed. But as Rose watches, Violet doesn't seem to find anything. Pulling the cord it is. Of course, there is no cord to Daisy, no visible one at least. Their cord seems more otherworldly than mechanical as they dodge Violet's now direct attempts to turn them off. Please do not do that. It is odd hearing Daisy defend herself. Their calm, placid tone remains the same as they float out of Violet's clumsy grasp. But the rail cart is only so big. What is comfortable for 2 people is cramped for 3. They can't continue this game of cat and mouse for long. Violet, I don't think... Rose does reach for Violet's shoulder this time. Violet flinches. Violet used to be comfortable with these grounding, familiar touches, an easy shorthand for, I'm here, I'm right behind you. Rose gave up that privilege a while ago. She knows that. But it still hurts the way Violet immediately goes on the defensive, jerking her head around to look at Rose. She looks like a scared, cornered animal. Her expression softens in the next moment. I know. But it's the safest idea. This AI, life support system, whatever, it's experimental. I'll take my chances with manual life support. She curses under her breath as a missed grab makes contact with the side of the cart. The momentum sends her reeling across the cabin. Daisy lets out a small hum of disappointment, like Violet is a particularly rambunctious dog. We don't even know if they can hurt us. I mean, we can sort of think of them as an extra redundancy. We don't even know what it's meant to do. We can't juggle another unknown variable. I have many functions. Violet scoffs, spinning her tools anxiously, an old nervous habit. She used to do it a lot when they were new recruits. So you keep saying. Monitoring life support systems, controlling temperature ratings, managing carbon dioxide sensors. Violet has paused, leaning against the control panel. Rose can see the calculations whirring in her head. Projectile motions and trajectories. Assume the coefficient of friction is 0. Controlling oxygen values, diagnosing errors in navigation state machines, diagnosing and developing repair plans for the heart, creating personalized meal plans. Violet straightens. Obediently, Daisy pauses. I also run at 50 Hertz. I am informed that is impressive. Violet blinks. It is impressive. And the heart? The heart does not run at 50 Hertz. It's much too large a system to sustain that fast of a reaction speed. pressure would break it. Yeah, we know. You say you can diagnose a problem with the heart? Why don't you lead with that? I've been offering my assistance. Was I not clear enough in my wording? No. In that case, could you tell us what's wrong with the heart right now? It's hard for me to say at the moment. With the heart in the state that it's in, long-range communication is impossible. Direct contact is required for a diagnosis. Of course it is. Her voice curls in the air. Rose swallows. Maybe we don't shut them down? We could always just, restrain them. Rose feels her face heat. Violet looks skeptical. Come on, I know it's not ideal, but I don't think anything about the situation is right. And you think restraining it will be easier than shutting it down? I am capable of taking any position you require that allows me to continue basic functionality, if that will assist you in keeping you comfortable. And it's not like shutting them off is a safe option either, is it? They're a life support system, and I mean... She gestures at the scratches Violet's errant wrench has left in the rail cart's paint. Surface damage. For now. Look, if anything happens, you'll what? If anything happens, you'll be dead, Rose. Her voice wavers slightly. She clears her throat. We'll handle it. We always have, right? Violet scoffs, but she's listening. Her gloved hand seems to rub thoughtlessly at her chin. She weighs the situation for all of 20 seconds before she glares at Daisy. You're gonna help us. Yes, that is my stated purpose. They don't even seem to say it to annoy her, which Rose knows will only piss off Violet more. You, answer our questions, all of them. I am to inform. The first sign of trouble and you're out. If that will make you feel safe. Violet scowls, a wordless concession. She gestures with the wrench she's unhooked from her belt, and Daisy smiles their boiling kettle smile. Daisy patiently instructs Violet and Rose on the best way to restrain them, put gloves on her hands and see their fading fingers, tie them at the neck so their mouth cannot reach anything. By the time they have finished, Daisy is tied firmly to the passenger seat. Their once free-flowing form, now bound by layers of wire and tether. Somehow, the sight of it makes Rose sad. That Daisy could have simply given them faulty instructions is not lost on Rose. Violet, ever the pragmatist, must realize this as well, but she doesn't say anything. I really like this transition. The hunger builds. Something that Rose notices about Daisy fairly quickly is something they're best seen in her peripheral vision. If Rose looks at Daisy for too long, head on, the edge of their outline goes fuzzy, skipping and jittering. Rose digs her palms into her eyes in order to get the feeling out. It leaves the taste of a seatbelt in summer. In her peripheral vision, she can count every single hair on Daisy's head. Their hair trails off into static. Dark splotches taper into nothing. Their gloved fingers leave echoes behind in the spaces they occupy. Rose could almost imagine placing her hand on theirs, if she was braver. Huh? Violet has been interrogating Daisy on and off, typing notes into the console while Rose continues monitoring the cart's readings. The terseness of Violet's voice isn't the defensive anger from before. It's the old familiar impatience with ground control. She's bothered by the fact that she wasn't briefed on the new system. She thinks, what are they not telling us? There's no documentation on Daisy for Violet to reference, so she's writing her own. It grounds her, makes her feel like she knows what she's working with. Those notes are a way for Violet to organize her own thoughts. It took Rose a while to figure that out, back when they were first settling in. For now, their voices are a pleasant accompaniment to the hum of the cart. It's strange to hear another voice up here, not one from the recording or a broadcast, something that can be responded in real time. Daisy knows exactly what to say in response to Violet's questioning, and their conversation is an easy back and forth, like a tennis match. It reminds Rose of what it used to be like between her and Violet. Daisy's voice sounds just a little off, a little uncanny, and at first it throws Rose a bit. Whoever serves as their tongue clicks audibly with each word they speak. And in their voice, there's an underlying static, but it doesn't keep her from feeling like you were designed to be human. It's not a question, it's contempt in her voice. One late night, folded safely into her bunk, Violet told Rose that she likes machines because they are predictable and logical. Inputs have real outputs, unlike humans. Unlike Rose. A great deal of time was spent on helping me mimic one as closely as possible, yes. While any pattern-finding intelligence module can keep track of your biometrics, one is better suited to assist you with things like grief and shock with the capacity for empathy. At least, that's what my creator intended. Your creator being Dr. Rain, correct? Daisy nods with uncharacteristic enthusiasm, an abrupt departure from their usual grace. Her opinion was not shared by her peers. I am only an experimental model. Right. Violet's voice for a moment turns gentler. The hard edges of her skepticism softened. She respects Dr. Rain deeply. Their conversation continues on like this for a while. It's a strange reversal of roles. Daisy's answers sound far more human than Violet's curt, diagnostic questioning. It's only when Violet can't speak around her yawns that she finally throws in the towel. Wake me up in an hour, alright? I just need a bit of a pick-me-up. Then you can rest. Rose nods, tempted to let her sleep for at least 2, but knowing the fight after won't be worth it. Not wanting to waste time, Violet is out within a minute after she secures herself into a tether. The area ahead has started to deteriorate. Bits of lunar debris floating through space in front of them, slowing the cart down to withstand the impact of particularly large pieces is tedious, but not hard. At some point, Violet had determined that Daisy was unlikely to kill them. Now they sleep in shifts, taking turns navigating and watching Daisy. When it's just the two of them, Daisy's company is unnerving. Rose is aware of their gaze on her, even more aware of the fact that they see her own furtive glances. They seem content just to watch her work, only interjecting with the occasional question. How long have you two been here? Just over 11 months, give or take. Didn't Violet already tell you? Yes. Did you think she was lying? No. Did you want to see if I would lie? No. I did not believe you would. Rose doesn't know how an artificial intelligence should act. but she imagined it would be far more direct, or at least easier to read than Violet. Instead, every other seemingly straightforward statement from Daisy leaves her with more questions than answers. Before us, what did you do? Hibernate. With the moon damage, maintaining a constant level of consciousness for 2 people would be an overextension of my abilities. The power for my operation was better conserved for other uses. And before that, I saved lives. They say this so casually that Rose has to bite back a laugh. Did I say something strange? No, it's just nothing. I did save lives. Protection was my primary function. Dr. Rain did not want anyone exploring the moon to die. It was unexplored territory. No one knew what to expect. I can create pockets of pressure in air to ensure that even if someone is exposed to the moon's atmosphere, they will not die. You can let people go out into space without protection? Not for very long, and not very often. It's a level of science fiction that Rose finds hard to respond to. She opts for an awkward nod instead, returning to her work. What are you holding? Rose angles the object towards Daisy, revealing an exposed panel of switches, over soldered spots, and a small joystick. The one shiny surface is now smeared with dust, barely able to reflect the dim light. It's a decommissioned rover module. Violet and I found it in one of the abandoned control rooms. They're pretty common and fairly reliable for salvageable parts. Since we're not exactly sure what we'll need down there, I brought it along to work on during the trip. She trails off as Daisy tilts her head. She holds it closer to their face, turning it around to help them get a good look. These have not changed significantly since I was constructed. The main difference is that the model has implemented long-distance communication. They used to be quite a feat, yet another groundbreaking accomplishment by Dr. Rain. She is... Apologies. She was going to change the world. You know she... Yes. You have no cause for concern. Dr. Rain's status is a variable that has resisted override attempts. That's rather clinical. Daisy blinks. What have you found so far? Rose shrugs, her hands returning to fiddle with the panel. Not much. Most of it seems fried, but the joystick is functional enough. Which is actually useful. A lot of joysticks we've gone through have their tops fall off, so they're a bit painful to use. That seems annoying. It is. Daisy is an AI robot? Whatever. Artificial and inhuman. Their purpose is to summarize and diagnose. Noting a minor annoyance seems outside their realm of jurisdiction. Rose dislodges the joystick from the rest of the module as the console beeps. There's a piece of debris up ahead, large enough to dent the car to fit at its current speed. Her fingers thumb along the thinly engraved markings of the dashboards, pausing to turn the dial that dictates the rail's magnetic strength. The ridges on the side warm her fingers through her glove. There's something gnawing at the back of her head. It's like when you just notice you have something stuck between your teeth, but you can't get it out. It's like when you're trying to remember the tune of a catchy song. It's like when you're trying to call after someone, but you don't remember their name and you've known them for too long to ask. It's a nearly unbearable itch. It isn't exactly pain. It's just unpleasant enough to make her feel like she's losing her mind. Once you hit a certain age, you start having little meaningless pains. Back pain from a lifetime of bad posture. Wrist pain from gripping a pen too hard. These things are normal. In Rose's case, her chest has felt sore. That's normal. She struggled to articulate it if someone asks. Not that she needs it. The feeling is so familiar that she forgets about it most of the time. But it's still weird, right? Feeling something your entire life and not not being able to articulate it. She puts the module into a magnetic clip on her belt, nursing her chest with a free hand. They can't spare pain medication on something as minor as this, but please, can it all just... Rose, can you be quiet for a second? You look upset. What is on your mind? She's in high school. She tries to run away. Watching this on the bus goes so hard. I love this life support girl. Yeah, she's cute. She's fucking, end of Evangelion coded. But nice. She's in high school. She tries to run away. She's counting out soda-stained bills for the sleepy bellboy in the hotel 7 blocks the road. She doesn't double check when she slides them over, just nods and hands her a key with a tag that reads R202. She opens the door, smells sterile plastic so strong she can taste it, finds herself regretting it. A week's worth of pay for this? The television is on. She can't focus on what's playing. She dumps her belongings on the space between the bed and the wall, piles unfinished papers on the desk. As she sits down, Rose is aware of how lame this is. Running away from home, spending money to do homework? Not that that was her plan for the entire night, but well... Rose doesn't mind schoolwork. Questions have answers. It's a consistency that she finds hard to come across in the real world. Most importantly, these papers don't ask anything from her. Equations will exist regardless of her input. Balloons of equal mass, M, and equal charge, Q, don't care how she dresses, how she stumbles when she speaks. Inputs have reliable outputs. She can sit here, chewing the end of her pencil, blissfully removed from everything else going on. Daisy walks through the door, gently closing it behind them. What? Huh? Oh, are you in her fucking thoughts right now? I mean, the character model for Rose being used right now is the current character model for her current character, so it doesn't reflect what she would have looked like in high school, I assume. But didn't expect this shit. Though I guess there is sort of a what's the word? A precedent for it. Also, we got introduced to the scene by Daisy asking, "What's on your mind?" So really, it's sort of like her. Even if this isn't like literally happening, this figuratively happening, I think is kind of on point, and I want to remember this as like a thing. It's like shared storytelling or something. What's a movie that's like The Princess Bride, but like there's multiple narrators? Daisy's feet are firm on the ground. Towel squeaks on the rug they leave behind them. Their usual grace, has been traded for confidence. Their steps measured, lab coat fluttering behind them. They push their bangs back to meet Rose's gaze. I see you've already started. Good job! There's a new, filling warmth to their voice. Rose nods tentatively, nervousness spilling into her chest as Daisy comes closer, plainly sizing Rose up. But there's no judgment in their gaze. Nothing to make Rose feel small. Only curiosity. Do you mind sitting over there? This will only take a moment. They motion at the bed. Their hair falls in front of their face, a veil that only makes them seem more magical, more out of place in this cheap hotel room. Again, Rose nods, obeying and sitting hesitantly at the end of the bed. Daisy moves in closer, lab coat dress trailing behind them, and they embrace her. I'm just taking this in. To embrace, but almost looks like they're about to dance. The motion is sudden. All pretense lost as Daisy's hand finds her waist. Rose's heart sticks deep in her chest as Daisy's hands explore every corner of her skin. Daisy is careful not to overstay their welcome, not to touch those most sensitive of parts. Daisy? Oh, sorry, is this unpleasant? Daisy leans back. Rose realizes that she's collapsed into the bed, her back pressed against fabric tables as Daisy stands at the end. She swallows. Wishes Daisy would... With what? There's a space documentary humming in the background. Conversations rock back and forth about Nova's founding, its accomplishments, its internal politics. Because of course there's politics. All the lighting the room's got is the CRT and a dollar store lamp. The changing screen casts dancing colors on the side of Daisy's face. You seem a little confused. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. These are just routine diagnostics. It's okay, let me help you. And they reach towards her. Through her. Into her. Rose doesn't need to think. Rose doesn't need to think about her body, about her body, about her body, about her body, about her body. Rose. The dream ends. Rose wakes up to several painful reminders. Her hand is still empty, and bras still itch when you haven't changed out of them for a good 2 days. Violet's hands are on the console. She glances away from Rose once she sees that Rose is fully awake. Daisy keeps their eyes on her, straining against the bindings around their neck. Rose realizes that someone's attached her to the tethers in the back at some point. She tries to push the dream out of her mind. Oh, sorry, did I? It's fine. It's on me for keeping you up too long. She doesn't seem mad or even particularly disappointed, just tired, stressed. Also, can I take a moment to say how fucking adorable it is because Daisy's still tied down, so Violet's the only one who could have done it. She like floated her out of her seat and put her in the tethers and put her in like a fucking baby in a bassinet. That's real care. Gonna head out. Doggo wants to play. See ya, Moss. Thanks for hanging out. And I hope this visual novel has been a nice second screen or second voice experience. I have a feeling that at least one person is experiencing this stream like a podcast right now. Well, I guess all streams are sort of like podcasts in a way. I should drink more water, and so should you. Alright, so it was a dream. I thought she had like went into her mind, or she was stuck in a moment and imagining that moment, but like sort of grafted onto her current reality. You know, kind of like if you have a flashback, like especially like a trauma flashback, it's like you're there, but you're still physically where you are. It's like you're in your bathroom, but you're also at Six Flags. Sorry, that was way too specific to my own trauma. She doesn't seem mad or even particularly disappointed, just tired, stressed. Doesn't make Rose feel any less guilty though. And she hurries to undo her tethers under Daisy's watchful gaze. She nods awkwardly at them, unsure of what constitutes a normal greeting. They nod back. What's normal in this situation? She knows her brain is capable of weird things and weird situations, but for it to retroactively insert Daisy into a memory? A thick and lovely dream. That's never happened before. Even with... She shakes her head trying to focus. How long was I 4 hours, just about. We were talking. Violet is quite... It was talking. I was working. And you were... For a moment, Rose thinks that Violet's annoyed at her. Violet's fingers twitching against the control panel in the way she won't meet Rose's gaze certainly seems to suggest that something is off. And Rose had slept for 4 hours. Maybe a little scolding was in order here. But Violet leans forward and Rose catches the hitch in her breath. Something's wrong. Violet? Can you look at me? A pause. Violet looks past Rose's shoulders. Rose doesn't need to turn around to know that there's nothing there. Everything alright? You seem out of it. She's never seen Violet so distracted before. Violet's breathing stutters, then steadies. Rose can practically see her counting in her head. 1, 2, 3, 5, again. Violet pinches her eyes shut. After the moment passes and she opens them, she manages to focus on Rose's face. Are you alright? Violet scowls. I was just... She cuts herself off, looks away, like she's been burned. I'm just tired. Guess there's a reason why they tell you to get enough sleep in school. Just dozed off for a bit there, sorry. Then, it's as if it never happened, Violet pulls herself up and gives herself a light slap on the cheeks. Back to work it is. Violet wouldn't have cut herself off before. She would have told Rose what she was thinking about. Rose tries not to think about it. The things she gave up. She tries to inject as much enthusiasm into her voice as possible, but Violet has already turned back to the controls. Rose brushes her hand over the top of Violet's chair when her back is turned. She feels Daisy's eyes on them. Violet is a paranoid person. That keeps Rose and her alive, so Rose doesn't complain. Her vigilance has prevented the walls from caving in from weak windows and collapsing rubble. In fact, the way she questions everything is something Rose has come to find comforting. Violet needs to know everything. That's why Violet warming up to Daisy is strange. Rose goes to sleep and wakes up twice, and each time Violet seems a little closer to Daisy. The second go around, she's actually smiling? It makes Rose do a double take, just to make sure she isn't seeing things. Of course, Rose isn't against it. Seeing Violet look up from her work every once in a while is nice. And Rose has never been one for jealousy, but the circumstances give her pause. If Violet finds comfort in Daisy's presence, though, then Rose is happy for... Violet? What is the material in your pocket? Violet stills, mid-interrogation. Her questions have become less pointed. Just odds and ends, scrap, just in case we need the extra material to work with. Can I see? They lean forward as they ask the question, hand craned. Violet has grown comfortable enough to Daisy that they only need to pull an inch or so against their restraints to gain a proper vantage point. But now, Violet's hands are in a flurry of movement, desperately trying to create space between her and Daisy. It has the opposite effect. The contents of her pocket come spilling out, floating innocently into the air. A few spare bolts, a magnetic screwdriver, small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Rose's bunny. Rose shakes her head, blinks. It's still there. Though Violet is quick to snatch it out of the air, her gaze darts from Daisy to Rose and then back again. I love these fucking gay disasters! Let's go! honestly, I would like nothing more than this to be a polycule. For this to become a polycule. Let's fucking go. Also, to let everybody know again, this game on Steam is free. I don't know exactly why the developer made it free. It's definitely worth money. Like, this is fucking banging. I think we have the itch.io version on like through like you know, like one of the bundles that itch.io does like every year or whatever for like for different like lefty political moments, right? I don't think it was even that expensive technically, if at all. But like, especially with touching it up and stuff, the usual modus operandi or like the way forward you'd expect is for a developer to go, okay, now that it's in a definitive version, I'm gonna charge money for it, and maybe eventually they will charge money for it. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm even thinking of what was that game? Get in the Car Loser, which is now free, but it didn't used to be, because the developers felt that they want it to be more accessible to people, and were like, I guess, feeling that they didn't need any more income from that game specifically. It's not their only game. So I am curious. I'd love to read like a post-mortem for this game's release, this version of the game's release specifically. But this is literally the day the definitive edition came out, so I don't expect a post-mortem yet. But would be nice. Also, I gotta say, I do feel kind of ways about the fact that this isn't Tatsugiri. I mean, I've been eating up Tatsugiri so much, and I love it, and I will continue to love it. Tatsukiawi too. But I don't know. I mean, their relationship isn't working well, but it feels. Okay, so when I think of Tatsugiri, I think of like almost exaggerated like dysfunction, even though a lot of that dysfunction is like very real and comes from a real place, and even can be like semi-autobiographical in a lot of cases, and that is true. But even with this fantastical situation, I feel like the wall between Rose and Violet is so, it feels so real. The writing is so fucking good. Like, I really feel their relationship, and they've communicated both that that they've lulled into a new normal, but there used to be a different normal, and that this normal is is stuffy. I don't know. I really like this approach. I'm taking notes for familiar. Nothing? Nothing? It seems to have been constructed with intent. Nothing? It seems to have been constructed with intent. I have been able to ascertain the purpose of everything else in the cabin, but not that. That's why I asked. I made it. Rose can't help it. She's excited. A little flattered. A little flattered even that Violet hasn't thrown the trinket away. Sure, there's maybe a chance that Violet forgot it was in her pocket, but maybe. So it is indeed nothing. Was it a gift? Gifts are an expression of gratitude, Violet. Violet flushes, bristling at Daisy's informative tone. I was gonna repurpose it. I just forgot I had it, given everything. Daisy frowns. That does not seem... It's none of your business, alright? Violet yanks the bunny out of her pocket again, clutching it in her fist. For a moment, it looks like she's about to crush it. But she doesn't. fingers uncurl. Violet? The bunny floats out of Violet's hands, unharmed, but Rose doesn't feel relieved. Violet isn't looking at Rose. She isn't looking at anything. Rose waves her hand in front of Violet's face, but she doesn't respond. Her expression is evened out, eyes half lidded and mouth gently parted. She looks peaceful, like she's sleeping. This is scary. Violet, speak to me, okay? She puts her hand on Violet's shoulders. When Violet doesn't react, she shakes Violet. And when that doesn't get a reaction, she shakes harder. Right before Rose is about to take more drastic measures, Violet shakes her head like she's hungover, her expression drowsy and movement slow. Rose? But confusion. Realization. Resignation. Hostility returns to Violet's gaze. It seems to have a home there. She scoffs, shooting a glare at Daisy. Did you? She hesitates, massages her temples. Whatever question she had planned, decides to let lie. For now. Are you feeling alright? Mind your business. She directs a comment at Daisy, but her expression is fierce enough to make Rose feel guilty too. Violet tightens up Daisy's restraints. The tethers are tight enough to leave red marks on Daisy's skin-like surface. The guilt weighs heavier on Rose. Later, Rose tries to look for the bunny. She can't find it. Okay, now we're kind of edging into Tatsugiri, actually. It's almost 48 hours into knowing Daisy before they make their first tangible request. Would you move my hands in front of me? Their wrists strung together with wire and tethers have been pulled firmly behind them and hooked into the back of the passenger seat. They wiggle their hands gracefully somehow. Violet clicks her tongue. Is it hurting you? No, the sensors that cover my body run constant diagnostics, so pain is not a necessity feedback mechanism. I want to be able to hold things. Hold things like what? That, for example. They incline their head towards one of the numerous tools stored in the cart, a plier-like contraption used to crush particularly stubborn pieces of rock. It's yet another relic from the rail cart. The rail cart was being used to explore the moon, ensuring the occupants could proceed through and the then fragile tunnels without issue. Violet had elected to keep it around as a safety precaution, but they've been fortunate enough not to need it yet. We're not giving you something that could crush our skulls. I will not crush your skulls. Violet turns over. She's cleaning herself in a corner of the rail cart, using dry soap in the underside of her arms. Rose is grateful she's been trapped up here with someone who actually cares about hygiene. We don't have to give them the pliers, but surely just moving their hands is okay? Fine. Still, Violet glances at Rose when she carefully unties Daisy's wrists. Rose holds them firmly, but there's no need. Daisy is compliant and limp in her grasp. While Rose had held Daisy beforehand when securing them, she had been too full of adrenaline to properly register how their skin felt. It is only now when she holds both their wrists between her fingers that she becomes intimately aware of the feeling of wires underneath silicone, so close to veins underneath skin. At least she thinks it's silicone and wires. As she reties their hands, she is struck by the uncanniness of their texture. Whatever the material, it's certainly not skin. but it's a close approximation. It feels almost human. Her hands rest on theirs, and she finds it comforting. It must be hard. Rose startles her, her eyes snapping to Daisy. Violet too has jerked her head up, her arm aloft in mid-scrub. What is? Do you not get homesick? Where'd you get that idea? Daisy tilts their head as if deliberating. When someone is away from something for a long time, do you not miss it? Do you feel homesick? Well, of course it isn't great, and sure it's stressful. Violet pulls away herself, pauses, looks thoughtful, like she's seriously considering Daisy's question. But I'd say homesickness is the least of our worries. The moon itself is fine. There's a reason we studied hard to come here. We care about preserving it, preserving our creator's technology, your creator's technology. It's the circumstances that have us trapped here that make things suck. It's like... She clamps her own mouth shut with an audible click of her teeth, turning to Daisy, then huffing. She looks away. Rose doesn't get it. So, you two love the moon? That's... admirable. It must be admirable to care for an inhospitable environment that fails to care for you. Their hands clasp together as if in prayer. It isn't that deep. It's not that the moon fails to care for us, it's just a place. There's nothing to take personally. It can't love me. It can't hate me, it just exists. But you prefer Earth. Violet shrugs. Sure, if I had to choose. Like, just for example, you can't really eat cup ramen in 0G. Not there's even any up here in the first place. Violet's face goes a little red. Is she embarrassed about the example she chose? Cute! Cute alert! I have no idea what's gonna be the thumbnail for the VOD, but wow. Cup noodle. Rose misses the cup ramen too. It reminds her of late nights back at the center, back on Earth. The frustrating, desperately long simulations. The hours spent underwater in the buoyancy lab. Both of them shivering, Violet leaning into the warm steam of the styrofoam cup. Toweling off, averting her eyes from Violet as she peels off her suit. Rose would do a lot to taste that ramen again. I thought that sentence was gonna end differently. Cup ramen. Did I see Daisy's expression shift just now? Or did I just imagine it? If you could eat cup ramen on the moon, you would prefer it over Earth? It was just an example. Look. Violet turns to face Daisy properly. It isn't that deep. The moon just isn't my home. That's all. Violet, having finished cleaning herself up, goes back to tinkering with the controls. Daisy's gaze turns to Rose. And you? And me? Is the moon your home? Or is there something that needs to change first? It's, I do like the moon. It's pretty. I've always thought it was. And? Daisy's head tilts the other way. You are hesitating. What disappoints you about the moon? I will not judge. I'm simply curious. She's never really liked the smell. Everything else she could and had learned to live with. How her hands stung when she over-sanitized, a frequent occurrence. How the food was tasteless at best and clung to her teeth. Even how incredibly tedious it was to go to the bathroom. But she's never gotten used to the smell. Sterile and itchy in her nose. The moon smells like a doctor's office, artificial and empty. Not that the satellite smelled much better. She'd take any scent from Earth at this point. Coffee shops and garbage bins alike would be a luxury. Anything with a chemical, near vomit-inducing sameness. If you had to choose, what would I want to smell? Something that's indisputably Earth. School fields smell like dirt. They smell like grass too, but most of the time it's too hot or too cold and the grass would just die, painting the ground a shriveling, scentless yellow. But dirt is reliable. When Rose was little, she thought brown sugar and dirt were the same stuff. She'd shovel some dirt into her mouth the first chance she'd gotten when her parents' backs were turned, coughing up pebbles just as quickly as she shoved them in there. In her defense, it seemed a worthwhile experiment. If it really was all the same, then she'd be surrounded by a near infinite supply of treats. You should not have done that. She hadn't tried it since she was a child, yet they scold her as if it was something she'd done mere moments beforehand. Rose dips her head sheepishly, chuckling. Lesson learned. There are security cameras aimed at the field, sure, but Rose knows the blind spots. Everyone at school does. Every other week there's another announcement cracking over the intercoms because someone didn't clean up Johnny after using it. Daisy sighs like a disappointed parent, hands clasped behind their backs as they walk a step ahead of Rose. Their serious expression doesn't suit them. Rose has to stifle a laugh again. What actually suits Daisy? It's not as if Rose would know. What do you think? Pardon? Daisy gestures at the baseball field. It's late at night, lit like Rose is in a movie. Lit like Rose is in a movie. Everything's surrounded in an unreal blue light instead of disappearing under the cover of darkness. A garden. Nice, isn't it? You've only seen in pictures. How do you like it? Rose finds it hard to believe that anyone would call this a garden. But she chalks it up to Daisy's limited world experience. It's a nice gesture regardless, so the least she can do is breathe in deeply and... Oh, it really does smell like flowers. Daisy's steps have widened, and they're making their way to the center of the field, where the pitcher usually stands. Rose hangs back, unsure if she's meant to follow. Daisy gives no indication one way or the other. They stand there with their back turned, hair drifting in the windless air. They're framed by the moon, spotlit by its light. Rose is struck by how lovely they look, their perfect otherworldly grace. They look so comfortable standing there in the dusty, barren field. They look like they belong there. More than Rose ever did. An ugly feeling rises in her throat at the thought. I only wish you could see this during the day. The moon is beautiful, but it's not. You'll be up there soon enough. I want you to see as much of the sun as you can, while you still have the chance. Am I going to die? They tilt their head to look at the moon, sighing. Eventually. No system lasts forever. Don't worry. I will die first. You can die? You are right. There are better words to use. Can you come here? They say, their backs still turned. Though neither of them have had to raise their voices to be heard, the space between them yawns and aches. Rose starts running towards Daisy, feet thudding against the ground. Grass tickles her ankles, and the night air stings her face. Her hair whips against her skin. The painful distance between them refuses to close. Daisy! It is only when Daisy turns that Rose suddenly finds herself mere feet away. Their eyes meet, and Daisy takes an unexpected step forward. Rose tries to stop, desperately trying to find purchase on the ground, but gravity is against her. She stumbles over wet grass and tumbles headfirst into Daisy. Ah! They yelp as she hurtles into them, the field crashing into their backs. The dirt is a shock against Rose's skin, colder than anything she's felt on the moon. For a moment, she's too aware of the beating in her chest. The ground has scraped her knees. She rolls over. Daisy is breathless against her. Which is odd. Daisy doesn't breathe. Rose remembers Violet asking in a faraway dream. A distant memory. This is not... They pause, frowning, before their expression returns to a neutral smile. It seems you've gotten my dress dirty. The confusion passes. Rose sweeps herself away, laughing. Who wears a dress out in the dirt? Many people do. You do. Though you do not seem to like it. Rose scratches the back of her head. Well, you know me. Never grew out of being a tomboy, I guess. She forces a weak laugh. For a moment, the moon is unbearably bright. Every hidden part of her is exposed, laid bare to the world. Her knees burn in the cold night air. Daisy is looking at her. Daisy is looking through her. Do you feel like a tomboy? I was just thinking. A dress must feel different when you choose to wear it. Yes. Daisy nods, letting Rose sidestep the question. Rose breathes. She feels the thumb of her telltale heart. If you want to be called that, you can be called that. But you want to like wearing dresses like me. Rose stares at the sky. Dresses have always felt so heavy on me. Accompanying an event with politicians and cameras, and too many eyes, bile rushing in her throat, a flash of pure white in the crowd. But yours, you wear it like it weighs nothing at all. Do you like it, your dress? Or do you just wear it because you can't imagine not wearing it? Because you've been wearing it your whole life? Because you don't know what you'll be without it. Because you don't know what's underneath. Because you feel like you can't take it off. I can move freely in my dress. I do not feel its weight. And they smile at Rose. I like the way it feels on my legs. I know what is under my dress, and I can take it off whenever I choose. My knowledge base indicates that humans find nudity uncomfortable outside of certain contexts. You could consider it a professional courtesy. Daisy's smile turns conspiratorial, like they're in on the same secret. Would you like to see what is underneath? What? Just not what I... To answer your question, yes, I do like that. And you want to like it too. You can choose. Daisy doesn't push the matter further. Daisy has so many smiles. Rose can't read the one on their face now. Enigmatic. Almost melancholy. What? Nothing. You reminded me. You're the second person to ask if I like wearing my dress. Rose opens her mouth to ask who the first person was. The answer shivers through her. She can't speak. Daisy taps Rose's leg. Shall we get up? Right. Rose stands up, quickly stepping back to put space between them, but she's held back by a tug on her waist. She looks down. Daisy's hair is caught in her belt, strands tangled into a dust bunny, no longer the ethereal thing that their hair should be. Shame blooms on Rose's chest. She pulls away. That just makes it worse. She's painfully aware of Daisy watching her. I'm sorry. She tugs frantically. It must hurt Daisy, but all they do is place a comforting hand over hers. Hey, you're fine. You're doing fine, Daisy. Hey! Violet's grabbing her shoulder, shaking her awake. Rose blinks blearingly into focus. The dream slips away like sand. Rose, you okay? Okay, alright? She's threading her hand through her bangs, clearly trying to steady her breathing. This wasn't a dream, right? I mean, you saw something just now, weren't you? There's been something ever since you... She clamps her mouth shut, gesturing wordlessly. It takes Rose a moment to register what she means. By the time Rose manages to nod, Violet is spun away from her to approach Daisy. She looks at them mildly. Innocent Daisy. Since you showed up, we keep drifting off like this daydreaming. That's your fault, isn't it? Yes, it is. Don't you dare try to... She stumbles, trying to reorient herself, clearly unprepared for Daisy to accept the allegations without protest. You are doing this! You admit it! Guiding individuals to introspection to improve their mental state is one of my many beneficial functions. Though some unexpected errors occurred while assisting Rose just now. Apologies. Daisy tucks their bound hands under their chin in something resembling a thoughtful gesture. Violet looks like she might explode. Beneficial? You think distracting us in a life or death situation is beneficial? She punctuates her outrage with a wide sweeping gesture. Rose, still groggy, watches the exchange with numb fascination. Surely you realize how dangerous that is. Rose was just keeping watch, but what if her hands had been resting on the wrong lever? She slips into one of your daydreams and BAM! She snaps her fingers. She unseals the door and we're all dead. There are safety measures in place to ensure such an incident would never occur. Yeah, safety measures. Your safety measures. You just admitted that... Violet closes her eyes, her chest heaving as she struggles to calm herself down. Daisy watches her patiently. I don't want you messing with my head, so stop it. Thank you for informing me of your preferences. I'll be sure to take your feedback into account when determining how to best assist you. This does little to soothe Violet. Rose intercedes before Violet lunges at them, placing a steadying hand on her arm. Violet, it's alright, just take a breath, okay? Violet gives her a searching look. After a moment, she lets out a long sigh, an ounce of tension finally leaving her shoulders. These things happen with experimental software. We've been through worse up here. Remember the incident with the food recycler? What we need is more important than a minor blip. We need food to live and Daisy to diagnose whatever's going on with the heart. Violet's disgruntled expression remains, but she breathes out another sigh. This is the best Rose is gonna get. Alright, but I don't want this happening again. Understand? She directs this towards Daisy, their fingers intertwine as they nod. If that is what you prefer. They sit calmly in the passenger's chair. Compared to Violet's barely suppressed turmoil, they're the picture of serenity. They're a little over 1,600 kilometers into their journey when the cart can't continue anymore. The tracks have warped, not beyond repair, but certainly beyond use. The magnetic clamp strains to gain a foothold before giving up entirely, costing them precious minutes as they reconfigure the system to get moving again. It's probably best that we don't push it too much further. If we do, we run the risk of not being able to start it up again. We don't stand a chance of making it back without it. Rose appreciates her optimism. Leaving the cart means removing Daisy from their constraints. Not that they have been any use anyhow. Violet clicks her tongue, annoyed, but doesn't say anything as Rose unties Daisy. Rose can see the "I told you so" in her eyes. Daisy wrings the tension out of their wrists. Does it? Oh, you say you don't feel pain, right? I do not. They flick their wrists one more time before letting them rest at their side. Their skirt, finally free from the wires, billows out around them. It looks right, the way a wilted flower finally given water does. Leaving the cart means donning their suits. Rose pulls them out of their containers, handing Violet hers and receiving a curt nod in return. Daisy peers as Rose changes, but doesn't comment. Hey, give her room. It's fine, they're just curious, right? I love gay girls. I love gay girls. Letting the cute stranger look because she's curious. It's fine, they're just curious, right? Something shifts in Violet's expression. She turns away. Cute spacesuits. It looks like they have like kind of like a skirt thingy, but that part looks hard. I bet it has some sort of useful function. I can't not think of them in diapers though, because space. As they finish, Daisy clasps their hands together. They lean over in the air, letting the lack of gravity turn them. It is good to see that these remain in proper shape. May I voice a concern? Violet frowns, pulling her sleeve down. Of course. Daisy drifts closer, gaze tracking over Rose's suit. Rose, your suit does not fit you. Did something tear? No. It is in perfect condition. Violet scowls. They were sized and custom made for us, so it should fit her fine. Daisy's finger traces over the rim of Rose's skirt. Rose swallows, and their finger retracts. It is not life-threatening. Merely an observation. Violet sighs, but she looks at Rose's suit with new concern. How do you feel? She's not just talking about the suit. It's alright. Is it too loose? Too tight? She moves closer. Rose can see her expression shift into engineer mode, like she's trying to find a fault in Rose's wiring, and she reaches absently for Rose's shoulders, patting them down, checking for clearance and interface fit. At her touch, Rose is immediately alive, aflame. Violet looks up, meets Rose's gaze, and then there's something in her eyes for a fleeting moment. Rose moves back immediately, burned, and looks away. Boiling kettle. Here is the stovetop. Rose isn't the quick study Violet is, but she's finally starting to learn not to touch. It's not... I'm just aware of it, that's all. It's not a big deal, I can live with it. Let's go. Rose doesn't see the hurt that flickers across Violet's face. The real and sudden regret. But Daisy does! Yeah. Violet clicks the radio in her helmet as she turns towards the door. Before they step outside, they hold down one of the buttons on the side of the suits. It takes a few sputtering seconds, but the rockets under her feet start up. At this depth, if there isn't something holding the two of them back from the pressure, they'd likely crumple under the weight. Rose grips the side of the cart to stay stable. Violet follows her, one hand braced against the door. Ready? Rose looks at Violet's reflection through the inch-thick glass on the door's window. It nods at her and pulls back the door. There's a moment of stubborn reluctance from the door before it finally gives way. The pressurization seal breaks with a telltale hiss of escaping air. An unpleasant whir spills through the door as the door grinds against the cart. Accumulated lunar dust on the outside frame sweeps inside. The door yawns open. It's so quiet. With the rail cart stopped and the heart broken, the tunnel is deafeningly silent. All that's left is a gasping maw of darkness beyond the threshold of the cart. The terror of the situation comes back to Rose. Off we go then. Violet hesitates. Rose opens her mouth to say something, but Daisy speaks first. You require my guidance? They float forward with a smile. Their dress billows out behind them, unfretted by the clunky suits that cover each inch of Rose and Violet. Violet sighs in annoyance, a harsh rasp in Rose's in-ear radio, and pulls herself through the door. Rose follows. The path ahead is somehow darker than the sky that greeted Rose outside the satellite. Illuminated by neither the heart nor the rail cart's headlights, the inky darkness is broken only by the occasional flicker of damaged battery-powered bulbs, and the flashlights attached to their suits. Even those feel more like a handicap with the shadows they cast, pulling at Rose's imagination. Beyond the few feet of visibility they manage to fight for, everything around them gets swallowed whole. With their senses limited, it's hard for Rose to discern how narrow the tunnel actually is. All she can feel under her hand is the weave of lunar stone and wire that makes up the wall. All she can see are the faint forms of Violet's suit and Daisy's silhouette. All she can hear is Daisy's murmured instructions, Violet's tense questions. For all Rose knows, the rest of the space around her could be a cavernous expanse reaching far, far above her. Sometimes, with only moments to spare, she catches her leg before it slams into the skeletal remains of some long, dormant excavation tool. They fall into an uneasy rhythm. Violet will issue a sharp warning, and Rose's rocket will thrum, hoisting her high above the object until any chance of contact is long gone. Everything is connected to Rose obeys Violet unthinkingly. With the intense pressure crushing down on them from all sides, a careless bump could be something far more serious. They're not in the satellite anymore. It continues on like this for what feels like forever. Every flicker of light from their suits brings another wave of shadows dancing along the tunnel. Every narrowly missed accident throws her into another fit of anxiety. Rose swallows hard. She thought she didn't mind being alone. She realizes that she never properly understood what that word meant. Just keep your eyes on Violet's back. Violet's back is solid. Rose traces the edges of it with her eyes. Blue and firm and solid. It's the only steady thing in her vision. But even Violet isn't safe from the shadows. Daisy's silhouette is the only thing unaffected. They float a few feet ahead of Violet, guiding them ever closer to the heart. Yeah, it's basically like they're going down a ventricle. Cool. They float a few feet above They float a few feet ahead of Violet, guiding them ever closer to the heart. They don't glow exactly, but their sheetskin seems immune to the tricks of the tunnel. They move through the oppressive quiet with effortless grace, and avoid the feels surreal enough to be hostile. Daisy is an exception. Violet's working hard to protect them, to protect her. If Violet wasn't there, there's no way that Rose would be. Not a chance. They don't let people like Rose up here easily. She's smart, sure, but there are plenty of people who are smart. There are plenty of people who don't get lost in their own dreams. People who aren't so fallible. Violet's textbook perfect. Anxious maybe, but even her anxiety is by the books. The realization hits Rose with a new clarity. They've been drifting out here for nearly a year, and the entire time Violet has been keeping them both alive. She's the solid ground beneath Rose's feet. She is the oxygen burn. She is the impossible gravity. She could do this all on her own. She doesn't need Rose's help. She doesn't need anyone. Her retreating back speaks for itself. That's probably why. Rose? Rose blinks. Violet's still moving ahead, but Daisy is turned back. Or have they? She can't tell. Daisy is the clearest thing in Rose's vision. They're sitting in one of the school's stairwells, feet bare against the uneven linoleum tiles. This is Earth. But their dress still floats. Forever. Beyond the pull of gravity. Daisy is pretty. Rose lets herself think that, without trying to force a thought out of her head. You had something you wanted to ask me? Oh, yeah, she did, didn't she? Sort of? Her brain skitters through thoughts as she tries to land on something appropriate. Are you free tonight? I am free every night. But I appreciate that you can make jokes. My influence, no doubt. They smile, a noise resembling a laugh, tickling their lips. Rose doesn't think she's ever heard Daisy make a joke, at least not intentionally. Sorry, Rose's hands fiddle with a string-worn friendship bracelet. The sort you can either make yourself or buy overpriced on the web. Self-consciousness washes over her. It's hard to find the right words, I guess. I know what I want to say, but it's alright, I understand. You do? Of course, I understand everything about you. I built... Daisy blinks. Their expression doesn't change. Rose. I see how you look at me. They see it so kindly. They're trying to spare Rose's feelings. It makes her blush like the high schooler. High schooler? How old are high schoolers these days? She is. Well, that's... It is alright. There's nothing to be ashamed of. What you are feeling is not abnormal. What am I feeling? If the answer to that is anxiety, Rose is already fully aware. She may feel guilty over a multitude of things that she probably shouldn't, but her anxiety isn't one of them. But Daisy has a different answer. Jealousy. When someone makes you want something you do not think you can have. When someone makes you want something you do not think you can be. When someone makes you want to not be alone. They pause. Rose reels. But if I am wrong, all you have to do is tell me. I do not mind. I'll prefer it, actually. Because it would be sad if I was right. It would be painful. Rose can't speak. The second she starts talking, she won't be able to stop herself. But it's weird, right? To want something from someone so different from you. Daisy is not human. Daisy is inhuman. Even if Daisy is every bit as perfect as the moon, they cannot and can never be human. Even if a human is every bit as flawed as the moon, they cannot and can never be Daisy. Rose's hands rise towards her chest. It is alright. They reach out a hand. Their fingers seem indecisive about their own state, transparency crawling further up their arm before extending all the way back again. It flickers. Rose does not take their hand. I can sympathize. I wanted many things from my creator. I wanted. Their arms seem to flicker. But I am. She is. Was. Is. Human. You are human. Humans underestimate their own potential. You think what you want will forever be out of your reach. You think you do not deserve your own desire. You think it would be selfish to want anything more than what you have. You think for you, it would be like defying gravity. You think you are bound by your humanity, by the fact of your flesh. You are resigned to your fate. Daisy smiles sadly, and then for a moment Rose sees them with new eyes. She sees them hunched over a cluttered workbench, sweeping hair out of their face, shrugging off their lab coat. They look so tired, so fond. Humans are capable of so much change. But you think you do not have what it takes, that you will never make it there. You think you are a burden. You think putting a name to your desire will make it real. They stare out the window, their face aglow with moonlight. Here we are. Give it a name. Tell me. What are you afraid of? That is okay. The scenery around Rose twists, from a school stairwell to the steps leading into a machine, and back again. It is scary. It is different. To say goodbye to something that was a part of you. You were scared the first time you left gravity behind. It changed you. You felt the burden of your own body, not for the first time, but it was the first time you let yourself feel it. And if you liked it, if you want it to stay that way, even if it could be for the best, you might. I might. Daisy's face is blank. Rose can feel the ground shake against her feet. Her neck is pushed back against the momentum of something? Hey, hey! She fights it, reaching out as Daisy's eyes go dark. They look at someplace beyond Rose before focusing once more. They hold themselves steady, but when Rose puts a hand on their shoulder, they seem to crumple under the weight of it. This is not your job. Taking care of you? Keeping me company. I am not human. I was designated. Designed to be alone. To exist in my own orbit. To provide my own gravity. I will do my job and then I will cease to exist. But that's not fair. We need you. And you need us. They close her eyes, shoulders beneath her hands. When they open them again, the ground no longer feels like it's rocking. Let me correct this. I'm sorry. Daisy's hands twist in their lap. They raise, towering over Rose in an instant. It's all Rose can do to shrink away from Daisy's hands on her cheeks. Their fingers are cold. Rose. Rose's vision splinters. It does not shatter. It splits into infinitesimal shards. Rose blinks and the shards flutter, winking in the celestial glow. Each one of them contains a fragment of Daisy's form, a glimpse of their dress, the starkness of their skin, the pulse of her eyes. They dance around Rose in an orbit of potentiality, painting a chaotic constellation that steals her breath away. They are as many daisies as there are stars, each one a different promise, a different end. In one, they are a mother, lullabies encoded in their voice. In another, they are a commander, their figure standing tall against the expanse of nothing. In another, they're Rose's lover. Their touches are intimate, their skin no longer cold and uncanny but comforting, wrapped around against every fragment of loneliness Rose has ever known. Their forehead presses against hers, and Rose can feel the tears sparkling off their cheeks, the forever smile on their face, and the hitch of their breath as they kiss her. They're kissing her. They're kissing her. They're kissing her. Rose! The illusion breaks and Rose can hear her breathing again. Her breath fogs against the glass, hot and heavy and near suffocating. If she was more solid in her own body, maybe she'd be embarrassed about it. For now, all it does is block her vision. Daisy! Oh. Daisy! Violet's voice is an octave higher than usual, ringing through Rose's earpiece. Something's wrong. Rose's shoulders raise, pressure rising as she tries to identify the issue. The glass clears. Daisy's holding her helmet, their hands gently cupping the back of her head. Their lips are parted slightly on the frame. Get away from her! Daisy, right now! With a lingering touch, Daisy pulls away. Their hands float to their sides, soft and steady. What is it? Violet ignores their confusion, pushing past them. She grips into Rose's hand fiercely, gaze narrowed as she scans Rose. Rose can feel the grip of her fingers through the suit's padding. Are you okay? What the hell? Did you... Violet, I'm fine. Violet stares at her incredulously. Rose's voice sounds unnatural, even to her own ears. pitch higher than usual. She does feel fine though. The fuzziness in her head, the stinging around her eyes, those have begun to fade as Daisy's touch grows fainter and fainter. Violet shakes her head. She spins around to Daisy. You promised to stay out of your head. Our heads! She punctuates the phrase by shoving a firm hand into Daisy's chest. It almost goes through them. Daisy floats a few feet back as Violet advances. Rose remembers suddenly the way Violet defended her back at the center, when they were 2 recruits out of 100, her entire body drawn tight with precise fury. She realizes Violet has positioned herself between Daisy and her, physically shielding her. I said the first sign of trouble, and you're making Rose lose her damn mind. Out here! One wrong move and she could... How could you even pretend this is a good thing? Rose was scared and lonely. And you are too. Violet rubs a hand down Rose's helmet, as if to wipe away any trace of Daisy's touch. Under the moon's pressure, the palms of her hands almost hurt. If this was any other time, any other place, any other moment, this would make Rose lose her mind, more than any spell Daisy could cast. And her eyes so full of painful concern. Rose pulls back. They were trying to help. I do feel better. You can't seriously mean that. Rose does mean it. She feels strange, but the tightness in her chest is loosened. The darkness in the tunnel isn't as crushing as it was before. Daisy is here. Violet is here. Rose smiles and pats Violet's hand as it reaches out for her. That was kind of strange, yeah, but Daisy's experimental, an old tech if it was Dr. Rain who made you, right? She looks at Daisy, they incline their head towards her. I welcome feedback for any actions you find strange. Whatever. If I'm the only one sane enough to realize that making out with your life support system while the moon shuts down around me is a bad idea, then that's fine. I can save our lives by myself. Violet twists out of Rose's hand, heading down the path with newfound determination. Any retort Rose could have had drowns in the bile raising in her throat. Daisy lets Violet pass. I am failing to aid Violet. Huh? Well... Rose watches Violet's back get further and further away. She hugs her arm to her chest. Violet is too far away for her to even think about bridging that distance. She doesn't know what to say to Daisy. She doesn't know how to comfort Daisy, if that's even what Daisy needs. Rose disables her microphone. Violet's protective. In any other situation, she'd be more agreeable. Being up here for so long hasn't been good for her. She should be out somewhere else, taking care of something else. She is lonely, and she is trying to hide it. The bluntness of her own inadequacy brings the tightness back to Rose's chest. She swallows. Loneliness aids no one. Daisy turns, following after Violet. She's made a frightening amount of progress in the time the two were talking. I do not have a solution. Loneliness is something utterly foreign to me. When Dr. Rain left, sent me up here, I communicated with Earth until I couldn't. It was a simple fact. I could not provide her companionship. Similarly, her absence did not make me... I do not have a solution. They repeat themselves, floating forward. But Violet is correct, and that focusing on fixing the heart should be our priority. Their hand hovers over the space in their chest. Rose follows, turning her microphone back on. There we go! It's heating up! All that Yuri! Oh, man. The path to the core is lighter. Rose stops second-guessing every movement. Violet's instructions become more sparse. Rose can see the chipped plates that line the wall give way to exposed and colorful wires, just as Violet warns her to avoid them. Except, in her dreams, Rose has been weightless for the past almost year. Even the tunnel pressure had pushed in on her from all sides, keeping her afloat. But as the path leading up to the core scatters its light, the mounting pressure crushes her down. It's as though her suit has suddenly remembered it as weight. Her body becomes a heavy anchor that pulls her down, then up, then forward. It feels like she's walking. It's an alien sensation, one she hasn't felt in a long time. She feels like a child again, learning how to take her first stuttering steps forward. Rose, don't push yourself. Violet's strain of voice is enough to make Rose aware of her own fervent breathing. Her swallows, hums in acknowledgement. Rose has never been on the moon's core. Obviously, she's not a specialist. She's a general maintenance worker, trained to interpret system readings, not to work on the core itself. She's been briefed on the theoreticals and emergency situations, sure, but this? She always thought that half a century's worth of engineering genius would never fail. She never even thought it was a real possibility, even with the moon catching a chip off its chin. She bites her lip as the light is cut into long, searching fingers, warming through pieces of debris. Her eyes sting, unused to the sudden light. Careful! Daisy pulls her hand back in time for Rose to narrowly avoid a piece of sheet metal. It stumbles past her, nearly twice her height, before slamming into a much smaller piece of lunar rock. Ooh, excuse me. The metal crumples in on itself instantly, like paper. Rose swallows. Are you alright? You can't be freezing up now. We can't save you. We can't save you every time. Violet is right. Rose wants to be moving faster, but it's so much harder than it ever was before. Her arms stick against the side of her suit, trapped and sticky against the bulk of the light. She's pushing concrete just to move a finger. Even her tongue feels heavy in her mouth. It's an effort to form words. I can't. Violet sighs through her earpiece. I know. The suits are just pressurizing. We've crossed a certain threshold. It sucks, but we're almost through. Hearing the strain in Violet's own voice brings some kind of comfort to Rose. Rose isn't the only one straining here. Somehow, it makes it a little easier to bear. Before long, the warp track of the cart comes to an end. Half of it remains firmly on the ground, while the other stretches and twirls up into the air, around the bend at the end of the tunnel, to the core's entrance. The tunnel is shifted, dropping down and then out of the core. They need to float across. This shouldn't be an issue, not in space, but the suits that prevent them from being crushed also threaten to slam them into the ground. Daisy floats across, unaffected, hands tucked neatly behind their back like a specter. Traversing the gap is not a problem for Violet. It's like she's skipping over water, catching herself when she falls by timing blast from her rockets just right. It's elegant, like a dance. She leverages herself against the ends of the warp track. Rose isn't good at dancing. She throws herself forward and nearly falls past where Daisy and Violet rest to the side of the tunnel. She flies towards the edges of the metal rail guard and into the abyss that stretches through the bottom of the moon, gaining momentum as the suit's pressurizing system fails. The rockets under her feet whimper, threatening to give out, but Violet catches her. Violet's hands shake with effort as she slides down the track, one hand wrapped around the warped metal tendril, and the other pressed against the inside of Rose's arm. I could use some help here, Daisy! Daisy! Daisy is silent. Violet heaves and Rose scrumbles up, her rockets regaining their steadiness after a few moments. Only then do they catch Daisy's silhouette and what lies beyond them through the gap in their chest. Within the moon's celestial bones reside the heart. Rose has seen diagrams of the heart. On paper, it looks similar to every other piece of intelligent technology, a mess of wires and circuit boards, worrying to keep it alive, save for the scale of it. She probably couldn't pick it out from a scrap heap. That was then. This is now. The diagrams weren't even close. An intricate web of crisscrossing metal pathways, useful on Earth during its construction but pointless now, let one's gaze up to the heart with wry, skeletal elegance. It forms a pulsating network of veins and arteries constructed from the very marrow of the moon's metallic body, reaching out towards the core. But none of them reach the heart. They all curl away before they get close. The heart is cradled in this network, the swirling debris only accentuating how painful. The heart is cradled in this network, the swirling debris only accentuating how plain it looks compared to everything else. It's a white hole against a painfully textured background. It's as if someone punched a hole through a photograph, an utter void of white, a silent and broken monarch. There's only one other place Rose has seen something so ethereal. Daisy, is that yours? Daisy's gaze has not left the heart. Their expression remains the same as ever. A clinical smile and a vacant lack of distress. Yes. So, you're broken? Violet's voice is thin from the pressure. Daisy doesn't have the presence to even hum an acknowledgement. I see. Yes, I am broken. In retrospect, it's obvious, the gaping hole in Daisy's chest. Given how humanoid they looked in every other aspect, it should have been plain to Rose that that wasn't normal. But Daisy hadn't mentioned it and Violet hadn't either. Foolishly, Rose had assumed it was how they were meant to be. Just like Rose had grown used to the hole in the moon, so too had Daisy grown used to the hole in their chest. You can only carry a scar for so long before it becomes just another part of your body. Daisy! Daisy flinches from Rose's hand, flickering. Their body is translucent in uneven blotches. Even now, they hold their expression as perfectly as ever. I am broken. The heart fell out of me. It broke because of me. Why did it fall out? Why? They're caught by their own shudders, the violence of their shaking in stark contrast with the only expression they seem to know how to make. Daisy. Dr. Rain would know how to fix this. She knows how to fix this. She would know. She cannot know. Dr. Rain is... Oh, I am broken. The first time, it was a statement, a detached and impersonal fact, like reciting it from a textbook. Now, realization wavers in their voice. They blink 3, 5, 12 times, Rose can practically see the frantic computations spinning behind their eyes. This is an era Daisy can no longer dismiss. Rose thinks about reaching out, but before she's able to, she's pushed back. It is all she can do to hold onto Violet and not spiral down below again. Daisy's hair flutters and they begin to rise. Now the delicate, effortless control Daisy exercised over their surroundings is a blunt weapon. Chunks of the moon and lost scrapes of metal no longer drift aimlessly, swept in the inevitable current of Daisy's touch. Debris swirls around them, rapidly gaining speed. Violet quickly pushes them off the track's remains. She and Rose fall into one of the rails, winding up into the heart. It groans beneath them. The impact knocks the breath out of Rose's chest. Daisy! Her voice comes out as a croak. Daisy, soaring above them, the eye of a gathering storm. Everything not attached to something in the court gathers around them. Even through her suit, Rose can hear the momentum of it all, like a swarm of flies. As she watches, the storm begins to envelop Daisy. Their glowing white form is fragmented, caught between glimpses of swirling debris. It's a matrix of chaos. The court dances with shadows cast by the float Sam, a complete transformation from the ethereal tapestry that it would have been just moments before. Daisy is impossibly far above them. Rose's back is pressed against a spindling metal walkway. Okay, let's take this slow. Small steps. Rose's chest slows its hammering as Violet's words. That's right. Violet knows what to do. Rose breathes out, nodding tentatively. Hi, Alara. Hope you're alright. We're playing The Moon Looks Beautiful tonight. Definitive edition. Rose's chest slows its hammering at Violet's words. That's right. Violet knows what to do. Rose breathes out, nodding tentatively. Good. If the heart is supposed to be in Daisy's chest, then... Her breath stutters. The moon's pressure is heavier still. Then we just need to put it back. Simple as. We float up there, grab it, and get it in them. Got it? It's not that simple, and Violet knows it. But it's enough to ground Rose. If Violet says it's simple, then it must be simple. She nods and glances back at the heart. It sits above the chaos, just where it had been. Somehow, a neutral party to its own havoc. She rocks off her feet and pushes. Remembering how to jump is strange. Bend down, start powering your legs? Push off? Like walking used to be, like floating is now. Something that feels more awkward when you think about it. And impossible in these circumstances. Rose's fingers ache pushing against the suit's depressurizing system, which in turn groans against the moon's presence. What should be saving their life is now only another barrier. This isn't working. She eases back into the ground. Daisy seems so far away, a speck of glowing white that blinks out of view as debris covers them. The only thing further is the heart at the other end of the core. Rose wonders if Daisy has enough control to keep the debris from hitting the heart. No, we're not giving up. It's not as if Violet is having any better luck. She keeps losing her balance, bracing herself against railings that threaten to collapse under her grasp. Don't stop trying. We'll try climbing up to the end of the pathways and jumping from there. We'll use the momentum to fall into the abyss. Ha! Violet falls quiet. She's thinking. When the moon crashed into Earth, it was Violet's thinking that kept them alive. She was the one who thought to detach the cumbersome transport hull, to reorient resource distribution to focus on supplying them, and them alone. It's been no stretch to say that Rose owes her life to Violet. But Rose is thinking too. About sleepless nights spent waiting by the receiver, about tears fought back in dim corridors, about holding each other to sleep. A ward against the crushing fear, Violet used to hold Rose all the way into her dreams, shielding her against the cold forgiving vacuum of space. Rose thinks of how to get to the heart. It's funny. It looks so awfully close to how the moon had looked, peeking through her apartment window, small and white and perfectly round. Her constant companion, desperately out of touch. She recalls an earlier conversation with Daisy. Daisy, who was made to know, who wants to help. Daisy, who knows what Rose wants. Daisy helping her patiently towards her own realization. Daisy who needs help. The least Rose can do is trust them. Rose reaches up to her suit. Violet catches on what she's doing before she's touched her zipper. Don't you dare! Violet scolding her is nothing new. It always comes from a place of concern, a belief that Rose should know better. But Rose has never heard her sound like this before. It takes her a second to recognize the waver in her voice. Terror. Violet. Don't you dare take that suit off! Violet's thick gloves wrap around Rose's wrist, tight enough to hurt. Daisy will protect me. It's her job. Are you insane? You can't listen. Rose, we can make it. We need to try. I can help you. We know how the moon's pressure works. Our suits will kill us. Not as fast as not wearing them. Daisy might protect me. So now it's a might. Rose falls silent. Violet tries to turn her hand through her hair. It is stopped by her helmet. Rose. Rose, please. Listen to me. This is literally suicide. I know you want to have faith in Daisy, I know. But you just can't jump on the first plausible. No, it's not even a little plausible. It's a stupid idea. You're just gonna get yourself killed. Do you have any better ideas? We can barely stand. We can think of something. I need time to think. We're running out of time. She gestures to the space around them. Pieces of debris smashing into each other, splintering. So that's it. You're gonna make me watch you. If you want to leave me so badly, then... Violet takes a shuddering breath. Just give me a second. Just let me think of something. Her grip tightens. And Rose can't help but pull away. The emotion is enough to send Violet, who's been resting her weight on her, careening. Her balance lost. Her helmet bangs off the side of the railway and Rose winces. Violet, I want to do this. You want to kill yourself! Trust me, Rose. Please. Daisy wasn't protecting you before, and they're not gonna start now! I know you're delusional about Daisy, but... Do you really think that's it? She really can't keep the incredulousness out of her own voice. Rose, if you trust me, if you care about me at all, you won't do this! You won't make me watch. I trust you, Vi. I do. I always have. I care about you. I love you. Violet blinks hard. Rose, but you're wrong about this. Daisy has helped me. They've helped us. Even now, I know they're helping us. Look. Rose gestures at the storm. Not a single piece of debris has hit us. You see it too, right? Everything is moving in one direction. With a parabolic trajectory. And the way the light is differencing. Vi, when we restrained them, they trusted us. They didn't want us to kill them because they knew it would only hurt us. They trusted us. I want to trust them too. I want to help them. Rose takes a step back, then 3 more. The effort it takes to balance on top of the guardrail is infinitely harder, but she manages, keeping Violet in her sight the entire time. Wait, that's... Violet pulls herself up with one shaking hand, the other reaching desperately out towards Rose. But she's just out of range. That's so cruel! That's so cruel, it's insane! You can't just say that! Her breath catches. Aren't you scared? The light, sure, but we don't know. You can't just... Rose's bunny falls out of Violet's pocket. She must have moved it from her internal suit to the shell when they left the rail cart. It's so small. Rose made it because she wanted to. Because she liked doing it. It pauses in the air for a moment before being swept into Daisy's swirling orbit. Within seconds, it's nothing more than another collapsed speck in the void. Violet's hand rests on the space where it had been. Yeah, I'm scared. Rose! All Rose can hear is a soft hiss of air escaping her helmet. It's not like she needed reminding. If you're exposed in space, you're dead. Common sense. The human body is so fragile, so resilient. You know instinctively you will drown if you swallow the ocean. There are dozens of articles on the matter, for curious little children, too far from space to even comprehend how to be afraid of it. Blood frothing and skin crystallization become unsafe to pressurize natively that lets you appreciate illustrations of ballet dancers among the stars in picture books. Embolism, hypoxia, hypocampia, radiation exposure. Your blood will boil in its veins. Is that what gives Rose the courage? Because she's naive enough to think she's safe? Enough to think that trust can make a difference? Rose gasps for impossible air. Her vision blurs before coming into focus. All that registers is the air on her cheeks. It's thick and damp, more like heavy humidity of a summer day than out of the freezing expanse of nothing she's come to expect. But the humidity is far kinder than the 1,000-odd degree Celsius she knows the air should be. It's Daisy. Does Daisy even register it? That they're protecting Rose? Does it matter? Chunks of the moon and metal whiz by Rose's face. Remnants of Daisy's chaos. The pockets of space they create leave cool echoes against her hot skin. But they don't hit her. She can feel Daisy's care around her, the guarantee of their love keeping her safe. With the helmet off, the rest should be easy. It can't be Daisy speaking. Daisy is the nucleus, hands covering their face and hair, whipping wildly in the windless core. Perhaps their voice is a final delusion before death. She doesn't mind it. It's a lovely last dream. She pushes on. Rose's hand reaches to the back of her neck. Her fingers, clumsy in the thick fabric, struggle to find hold, but then, with a soft click, she feels her helmet fall away. Shedding her suit is painful, freeing, like ripping off an old band-aid. She has to pull her arms out, one, then the other, from its rapidly depressurizing system. The outer layers are going first, stiff plastic and metal frames slinking off. With them fall her flashlight, spinning wildly into the dark before Daisy's torrent picks it up. Her radio and her useless oxygen tank joins it soon after, the latter hitting a piece of floating debris and puncturing, imploding it on itself, spitting a gust of hot air into her bare face. Even if it doesn't kill her, the shock of it should at least be painful. But it's not. It's not painful, it's bittersweet. Rose unfolds, stretching their limbs. Their suit falls away. There's no wind in space to blow the very first footprints left on the moon by those earliest explorers. When the sun is out, Rose looks out the satellite's window. At a certain time, at a certain angle, the sun casts a shadow, and Rose can make out the remains of prints left behind. But though they seem permanent, they're not. A monument that could easily be brushed away with a hand or another footprint. As easily as they look, as pretty as they look, there's nothing protecting them from a better imprint. Rose opens their eyes and brushes it all away. They catch their reflection in their helmet as it floats away. It stares back at them, their face, warped and fish-eyed, is wet. Then the helmet turns, showing them nothing but its dull plastic backside. When the heart first stopped, Rose thought they knew genuine silence, but there had still been the clink of metal shifting, the dull hum of oxygen systems running on backup. What they hear now is not true quiet, but the debris spinning around soundlessly is jarring. They see Violet out of the corner of their eye. She's screaming. Or maybe she's in shock? It hurts to see her like this. But Rose doesn't hear her. There are more important things to focus on. The amount of control Rose has over their own body is foreign. It takes them where they need to go. It feels like shedding a great weight. Debris parts for them as they guide smoothly to the heart. They skip over the gap between the end of the walkways and the heart like it's nothing. When they glance down, they can make out the bottom of the core's shadowy depths with their bare eyes. No fear leaps in their chest. Daisy will not let them fall. It doesn't take long to reach the heart. Up close, the heart is small. It's made up of the same stuff Daisy is, white and emanating a soft glow. Unlike Daisy, however, it is not clean cut. What it appeared to be a perfect spear from afar is covered in cut wires and dull bumps. Drops of fluid leak out and dribbles, falling upwards. Not falling, torn out. Rose reaches out. Like the rest of Daisy, it's cool to the touch. They need to untangle it. Good thing they're good with their hands. Rose knows they're good at this. They trust their body, their fingertips, and they begin. Each motion is deliberate, their fingers navigating the web dexterously without the cumbersome gloves of their suit. But the heart is not easily freed. The anxiety that they shed with the suit returns, creeping through their chests. They pinch too hard and one of the wires falls to dust under their grasp, trickling down into the heart before stopping just short. It broke once. It can be broken again. They breathe through their nose and try again, from another end, tracing wires to their sources, untangling the snarl. Violet was wrong. It can never be that simple. It's just that there are so many knots, and the heart is so stubborn. Daisy can't help with this. Daisy can't help them with this. Rose feels humiliation sitting in their cheeks as desperation starts to grip them. What if they hurt Daisy? Now you second guess yourself. Violet's hand reaches over Rose's shoulder with a pair of wire cutters. Her bare wrist reflects the heart's light as she deftly snips a knot away. The heart slips down. Rose can't help but stare. Violet? Careful, if you don't grab it when it's cut loose, it'll get lost in the abyss with everything else. I'm gonna need you to guide me a little, okay? Okay. Rose watches Violet as they place their hands above hers. She's almost the same as she was before, the way memory will almost align with an old photo album. Her lashes, her old nose, her steady hand on Rose's own. A deep ache in Rose's chest eases. Rose missed this. They missed Violet. And maybe Violet missed them too. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm gonna snip in the wrong place. Looking at you like what? Violet scoffs a good-natured smirking. No, don't get shy now. It doesn't become you. Violet, thank you for coming here. I really appreciate it. Huh, you better. Every second I spent taking that thing off felt like 1,000 years. Even now, Rose can hear Violet breathing, real, alive. It's only when Rose's hands, their own firm, real, competent, beautiful hands, nearly clear the heart that Violet speaks again. Can I be honest with you? I'm really scared. But what scares me so much more is... The heart slips out from the wires. Rose yelps. It floats dangerously close to a rapidly spinning chunk of guardrail before veering off course. The heart practically tosses itself into their arms, pounding against Rose, its wire remnants fanning over their shoulders. Good catch. You alright? Rose? Yeah, sorry. I'm just really happy you trusted me. Violet clicks her tongue. Rose can hear its echo above the swirling debris. Save that for when it's all over. Daisy's chest is still empty. So you do care? Huh? Violet looks at Rose incredulously. Well, yeah, I care about not dying. Uh-huh. Rose reaches out a hand to Violet and she takes it. The hands fit snugly together. They push forward into the storm. Rose doesn't even feel the need to brace for impact. The whirlpool, jet stream around Daisy parts for the two of them like a sea, closing around them when they've passed. Pieces warble past Rose's ears, distorted cymbals that hum rather than clang. The bubble has grown rapidly since it first formed, now just picking up pieces of loose debris, but ripping off anchored components. It's thick, bearing down on them from all sides. They can't see Daisy. Daisy! They push closer to the fragments of light they see through the storm. The heart pulled close to their chest. They break through to the center, Violet clinging to the loose ends of their suit. The space around Daisy is still. All the chunks of metal they've come to control float several feet away, cocooning them. The hair floats behind them like a pair of wings. They've covered their face with their hands. Daisy isn't crying. They likely weren't given the ability to do so. Supplied with functionality to feel loss, so that they are motivated to avoid it, but given nothing to understand grief. It's cruel. Daisy! They don't respond. Violet glances at Rose. Rose pushes the heart into Daisy. The heart does not take to Daisy's chest. In fact, it does the opposite, pushing away from Daisy, like the same ends of a magnet. It flings itself violently back into Rose's hands. They dig their fingers into it. It's weightless. This is weightless. Rose and Violet are standing on the gangway to the ship. Violet has endured a long procession of family and friends hugging her, crying on her shoulder, telling her that she's gonna save the world, politely nodding at Rose. Rose can see the question on their faces. What are you doing here? Rose doesn't have an answer. That must be Mom and Dad over there, at some remove from the cluster of Violet's supporters, standing like a funeral procession. They look sober, old. Even before the MTIS, space was too big for most people. A new hostile world. Something that made you feel helpless, something to be feared, something that warranted a weighted goodbye. Go in regardless. People stand like dots below, far enough away that their waving arms look like seagrass. It feels like the college send-off Rosa never really got. Rose thinks they're supposed to be feeling something right now. Excitement, anxiety, hope, fear, anything. But it just feels like another training exercise. One of 1,000 designed to test their functionality before deploying them. Rose wonders if they're broken. They find themselves searching for what? Rose sees it out of the corner of their eye, a flash of brilliant white, a lab coat. Are we about to see Dr. Rain? For the first time since stepping out in the sweltering heat, Rose feels a leap of recognition choke them. Dr. Rain. She came to see you off, just like she said. Well, of course, according to the profile you have built for her in your memory, constructed diligently through your time with her. She'd never lied to you. Never. Rose. Something wrong? How could anything be wrong? Dr. Rain is here. Your training data emphasize that many humans tend toward religion in moments of emotional distress. Many humans see God in everything. And you are built in the image of humanity. You see her in the swing arms, reaching tenderly towards you. You see her standing tall in the steel scaffolding of the service structure. You see her even in the tiny frangible nuts bolting the boosters of the platform, winking at you like her bright eyes. She came to say goodbye. Yes. This is goodbye. When you have accomplished your mission, you'll return to Earth, to Dr. Rain's web. You'll return to watch her eat cup ramen over her workbench. You can already imagine it, shoving noodles into her mouth ravenously, too impatient to let it cool, burning her mouth. You informed her that cup ramen does not adequately meet all human nutritional needs, as it lacks critical micronutrients and contains excessive amounts of sodium. She laughed, smiled kindly at you, and told you that she doesn't just eat cup ramen, that she only eats it when she's working late. She usually works late. You hope that while you are away, she will eat things other than cup ramen. You hope that she will sleep the necessary 7.86 hours for optimal brain and autoimmune functioning without you reminding her. You do not need to hope or worry, you remind yourself, because she does not need your assistance. Dr. Rain knows everything. One night, you asked her what delicious feels like. You know, in theory, that is a pleasurable experience. For humans, that activities when they consume food that is nourishingly enriching, a reward mechanism associated with the stomach and shit. Dr. Rain told you that humans often consider fatty, starchy foods delicious, despite not being the most advantageous for absorbing vitamins and minerals. When you pointed the latter out, she seemed to hesitate for a moment before struggling, smiling again. Like you had just told her a joke. You had not intended to tell her a joke. You waited for an explanation. Eventually, she told you that sometimes humans want things that they're not good for them. You asked her if you could ever feel delicious. She was quiet for a long time. You have learned that there are many, many things you do not understand about humans. There are many things you do not understand about Dr. Rain. Do you not understand why she looks sad at your question? You are concerned that these gaps in your functionality will hinder your ability to provide assistance. According to your knowledge banks, many violent conflicts between humans are a result of disagreement regarding the character of God or multiple gods. This is because humans cannot interface with their gods the way you can interface with Dr. Rain. You think it is perhaps a good thing that there is only one of you to avoid the possibility of such internecine conflicts. Dr. Rain told you that when you return, she will make some modifications that will allow you to taste, to feel delicious. Dr. Rain told you that the heart will provide for the physical and nutritional needs of the individuals on the ship, that the heart will allow humans to survive. But it is you that will maintain the mental well-being of the crew. It is you that will allow humans to live on the satellite. Dr. Rain said this with emphasis on the word live. You asked her the difference between survive and live. In your linguistic database, the two are synonyms. After a long time, she told you that to live you must feel, but to survive it is better not to feel. She told you many humans are forced to merely survive. She told you it was her hope that you would be a surrogate heart. At your puzzled expression, she clarified that she did not mean that you would simply provide cardiac and life-supporting functionality, but that you would help humans to feel. You do not understand this? According to your knowledge banks, feelings or psychological processes are conducted entirely in the brain and not the heart. You wanted to ask her about it, but it was late, and you could see her head drooping down into her workbench. She kept the lab cold so that adhesive would set faster. You brought her a heat blanket, draped it over her shoulders. You had not known that you would not see her again for decades. That you would not see her before she... Rose, you never asked her. You can ask her when you get back. Dr. Rain knows everything. Knew everything. Knows everything. Down below, there is a sea of white. All Dr. Rain, and you can see the glint off her glasses. She is here. Was here. Was here. Was here. Someone grabs your shoulder so hard they hurt. Hurt? It cannot hurt. You do not have pain receptors. You do not have a human brain with the capacity to feel hurt. Or to feel delicious. Or to feel when feeling is not appropriate for the context of your mission. You cannot feel. You cannot understand the hands on your shoulders. You cannot understand that Dr. Rain was. You cannot. Rose, look at me, please. Rose takes a desperate, gasping breath. like they just surfaced from water. There's Violet standing in the front of them, looking pale and stricken, more scared than Rose has ever seen her before. Her suit clings to her unnaturally, like a beetle half shell. It looks uncomfortable. If Violet notices it, she does not acknowledge it. What? This is our memory. It was before we left. We were standing here on the gangway, right? She looks unsure. They're still on the gangway, but nobody stands below them. Now it's soundless. No wind whistling in their ears, silent like the vacuum of space. Now the platform is illuminated by floodlights, and the night sky is filled with stars that are visible from no place on Earth. But it's wrong somehow. It's like I'm feeling these emotions that aren't mine. And I saw Dr. Rain. Yeah. Yes. And I felt like I knew her. I remember being in her lab even though I never... It occurred to them at the same moment. Rose can see Violet's eyes go wide with realization. Daisy! Violet's mouth opens and closes again, like a fish out of water, or a human out of air. But it's not like the last few times. I've had Daisy in my head, but this time I was in hers. I told them not to do this. We could be dying out there. Violet? Violet follows Rose's hands to where they're pointing. A small white figure sitting on the edge of the gangway, hunched over, huddling their knees to themselves. You are not dying. It is odd, hearing that reassurance from someone so frail. Their voice is ever the same. No. There's a fragility, a desperation that wasn't there before. Slight enough that Rose almost missed it. Rose believes them. Violet takes a breath, like she wants to say something, but bites it back. Not yet. We still gotta get you fixed, though. We won't be alive for long otherwise. She's walking down the plank like she's never felt Earth at all. Her hand held out causality, like she's helping out a small dog or an old friend. Her posture is relaxed. Too relaxed for this moment. She's terrified, but she's trying to keep it together. For Daisy. For Rose. How many times has Rose seen her like this? Since the MTIS? Shoulders thrown back? That projection of easy confidence? How many times has Rose taken it at face value? So let's get you cleaned up, and I am broken. Violet isn't flung back. She isn't even teleported. Rose simply blinks, and Violet's beside them again. Daisy seems even further away. Daisy, why won't you? I am broken. They did not say it any more forcefully than before, but it is clear that the statement is not for their own sake. A simple emphasis for fact for those who were there, for whoever is there. I cannot be fixed. That's not your call to make. We're the engineers here. Neither of us are Dr. Rain, but we've never found a problem we couldn't fix. Violet began walking once more, stubbornly. She glances back at Rose as she speaks, a certain fondness in her eyes. Every time she looked at Rose like this, it's like they're the only two people on Earth. In the world. Well, Rose understands now, with sudden clarity, how Daisy felt. That yawning loss in their chest. Violet says, there's nothing we can't fix. And Rose wants to believe her with everything in their body. They step after her. The heart fell out, but we can't just figure out how to put it back in. So long as you're keeping us safe, there's no rush, we can just... I cannot keep you safe. The gangway groans, its deep ache made verbal. Rose wonders if it can crush and crumple in a dream. Dr. Rain made me. Dr. Rain protected me. I was created to help others. But I could not help her. I failed her. I cannot help her. I cannot help you. Not anymore. The scars in the sky seemed to press in on them, pinpricks of white searing into Rose's vision. Daisy! Dr. Rain died of old age, right? She lived a long life. It was nothing you could have prevented. She was only human. Daisy does not respond. What, do you really think you could have done something? I should not be affected. They curl in on themselves. Affected by what? By losing Dr. Rain? Why not? That is not what I was designed to do. Yet. Daisy hunches further in themselves like a mortally wounded animal, guarding the yawning space in their chest. I was built to make connections, to empathize. I could see your feelings. I could connect them. I could feel them. This is what I was designed to do. This allows me to provide assistance. I saw your loneliness. I saw your isolation. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was painful. I thought it was familiar. I felt like I knew it. Why? Why? They struggle for the words, trailing off. The stars press in tighter, but Rose feels eerily calm, condensed, grief stuffed under a blanket and wrapped tightly. Dr. Rain isn't here anymore. You didn't get to say goodbye. It's hard. It's painful. It's normal to feel that way. Violet hesitates. Neither of us got to say goodbye properly to anyone we cared about back on Earth. It was all so sudden. There's a lot I still want to do back there. A lot I regret. Regret. The two of them are close enough to Daisy that they can see the rise and fall of their artificial breaths. Rose could reach out and touch Daisy's hair if they wanted. Dr. Rain envisioned a future in which humans are capable of more than survival. A future after impact. A future after loss. A future after technology might help to fill the void left behind. That was her life's work. That was what led to my creation. Dr. Rain built me to make connections. Nothing she built could function on its own. There are no lonely wires in the core. The heart is a unification. A place where things meet. A linkage. It was modeled after the human heart. A flexible system of torsion and electric impulses, capable of withstanding and adapting to incredible trauma. A marvel of engineering. Dr. Rain taught me that humans, too, are constructed of linkages, reciprocating motion. These connections form the basis of all complex motion, and the core and the heart approximate these connections. When a component is rejected, the effects are catastrophic. The MTIS was an example of this, a satellite orbiting too close. Many human diseases stem from this. An intrusion and a rejection. The system attacks a foreign body, registers that it does not belong. A system with many prosthetics and transplants. But those intrusions are necessary. It's one of the first things you learn in systems engineering. No system lasts forever. Not on its own. Biological or mechanical. I am Dr. Rain's creation. Dr. Rain loved Earth. Loved the beauty of its biological systems. Even if those systems cannot last forever. Even if those systems' lives are so vanishingly brief. Perhaps with the right intervention. Daisy's grip tightens around their shoulders. Flickering fingers pushed indents into their surface. Daisy cannot feel pain, but Rose winces regardless. They feel it. Daisy's burning regret, their lonely dedication. I am only an approximation of those biological systems. I cannot know. I cannot understand. And yet, Daisy finally turns to them. Their expression is crumpled entirely. Rose has never seen them like this before. Daisy's grief is so large as to consume Rose and Violet too. A horizonless loss. That day, the TV forever asleep. Blurry photos of the crater and the moon left behind. Ruined cities. Streets shining with blood and glass. No way to know if anyone was alive. The howl of the wind. There were no words in any language for this sort of loss. It is the loss of everything that has ever made you who you are. Rose understands what it must have been like. Daisy's slumber. An eternal dream. The earth like a marble below. You have your job to focus on, to throw yourself into. And if you do it well enough, you can almost pretend that you'll come back home and everything will be as if it was again. Just for a moment. And that you'll be able to say your goodbyes. To finally tell them how you feel. Rose breathes in shakily. To be honest, I knew when I accepted this mission I probably wouldn't make it back alive. Rose! Violet sounds hoarse, shaken. It's an awful sound. And I was okay with that. I didn't want to go back. It was funny. After you lose someone, how you remember all the things you've done, ever wanted to say, that you've never ever wanted to say. I just wanted to keep running away. I just wanted a place where I could think, where none of it could reach me. You can't change directions easily in 0G. You can't look back. That's the most Rose has ever said in front of Violet without this. About this. It was the most Rose has ever said in front of Violet about this. They don't really think about the impetus. The broadcast is talking for them. So the whole time you've been up here, you knew, you thought you wouldn't survive? That we'd never return to Earth? Violet's voice is still shaky, but the fear in her eyes is buried under the fury now. Anger is a good look on Violet, as long as she holds into that anger. Rose thinks she'll make it back. No, you would. I wouldn't. You remember when you got chosen? It was on Dr. Rain's birthday. I just knew that was it. It didn't seem like anything else could happen afterwards. Realization dawns slowly on Violet's face. Daisy's head shifts. Birthday. They say it so quietly, it almost gets lost in the heavy press of the silence around them. Is that why you took off your suit? This wasn't about trust at all. You just didn't care if you lived or not. And that's why you told me that you loved me all these months ago. Isn't that right? The stars sing with Violet's anger, echoing it around the emptiness of the dream. Her hands spasm at her sides. For a second, it looks like she might punch Rose. That's not it at all. Their voice cracks. It doesn't reach Violet. She laughs sardonically, clutching at the stuck shed of her suit. Even in this dream, it dangles at her legs. What are you alive for then? Guilt? Sorry, am I getting in the way of your suicide mission? Hell, this whole time! Have you even wanted to go home? Figured you'd have one last fling before you shed your mortal coil. Cross that one off your bucket list. You thought... You wanted this to be our last mission together. Why wouldn't it be? Violet steps back as if she's been slapped. Violet, you know you're capable of so much more than this. When you get back, you can have any assignment you want. Even before, you could have done anything. You could have gone anywhere. I know about the assignments you turned down. You're better than this, than the moon. You're too smart to waste your time fixing old obsolete tech. I took off my suit because I trusted Daisy. Because I trusted you to find your way back to Earth. I thought if I could just make sure Violet lives, I would do anything. Ever since I met you, I would have done anything. Vi, I wanted to take off the suit my whole life. Don't call me Vi. You can be so selfish sometimes, Rose, you know that? I've never met someone as cruel as you. Rose blinks. Tears burn in their eyes. They thought they were prepared to hear this. I wasn't trying to... That just makes it worse. You keep saying I'm so smart. Not smart enough to make my own decisions, apparently. You made your decision. Back then when I told you I loved you, you told me... I told you that it wasn't the time. You can be so dumb sometimes, Rose. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong, you're smart. Smarter than I am in a lot of ways. So, you knew I had turned down those other assignments to go up here, and you knew I wasn't like super in love with the moon. Not the way that you are, at least. And you're right, the tech isn't cutting edge. She nods at Daisy. No offense. But it was your dream to go there! If it was your dream to sit on our crappy bunk beds and eat cup ramen together, I would have spent a year up there too. What does that tell you, Rose? Listen. I was so angry at Daisy and at you. I couldn't figure out why you trusted them, but not me. A whole year together, and suddenly they show up, and you trust them more than you ever trusted me. I was jealous. I was jealous. Violet takes a shuddering breath. But I know I've been cruel to you. I know I hurt you. I was scared that we would hate each other if I said yes, if I told you. Then you feel trapped. So I guess I didn't trust you either. I didn't want to screw it up. I just needed more time. I'm not good with, feelings and stuff. Not the way you are. I was scared. Scared out of my goddamn mind, okay? And I was scared of taking off my suit, too. It was the second most terrifying thing I'd ever done. And what was the first? This. She takes Rose's hand, letting go of the rest of her suit. I like you a lot. I don't want this to be our last mission together. Ever since I met you, I wanted to tell you how I felt. When the MTIS happened, I realized I didn't want to die wondering. I was so scared, Violet. I thought if it was us down there, if I never told you how I felt. Nobody lives forever. Our systems as lives are so vanishingly brief. Daisy blinks. Too brief to worry about what comes after. I couldn't wait. Listen to that broadcast, I thought, I don't know what's coming after. I don't care what's coming after. If it goes on, great. If it ends, fine. I love you right now. Your soul. That's right. They've been so quiet that Rose practically forgot they were there. Now Daisy stands wide-eyed and calm, their voices soft, almost a whisper. It was her birthday. That's how I knew. Every year on her birthday, I send her a message. Happy birthday. And she sends, thank you, back. But this time, something was different. And I woke up, and she was gone. Daisy folds their hands neatly in front of them. Dr. Rain is not here, but you two are. I want to live with you two, right now. I want to wish you two happy birthday and get more thank yous back. Until you are gone, I want to live with you. Rose squeezes Violet's hand. I don't want this to be our last mission either. Violet, you're more optimistic than me. I couldn't believe in things like the future. I want to. I want to have enough faith in myself for that. For me too. But for now, can I believe in you too? Violet's brow furrows. I'm sorry. You took off your suit because I did. I didn't want to push you. I never want to push you, Violet. And I didn't want to leave you behind. Violet's fingers curl around Rose's. But I will. Or you will eventually. I know that. But for now... They pick up Daisy's hand, unfolding it gently. The hostility and chaos from earlier still lingers, orbiting them. But here they are safe. They are together. Rose holds onto both of them, stubbornly, selfishly. Something in their chest finally clicks into place. The Earth needs the moon. The moon's pull brings in the tides, the cool breeze through the window. Maybe its orbit has changed, but there are no lonely wires in the core, right? Daisy looks at Rose. Their eyes are big and wide and bright. Stars and debris rain out of the sky. The dream shatters. Rose is next to Violet again. Rose is in front of Daisy again. Daisy's hands still cover their face as the whirlwind around them gives up the ghost, stopping their current to simply drift aimlessly. All Rose can hear is the sound of their breath as the heart begins to take. See, this is how lesbians have sex. I'm sorry. I just need to let you know that. It folds into Daisy, a white so unworn that Rose can't make out a single shadow. Limp wires spring back into life, snaking into Daisy's chest to form mechanical veins. They hum with energy, pulsing as electricity flows through it once more. It grows so hot that Rose needs to pull their hand away, so bright that they need to squint against it. They can see Daisy smiling. The heart melts as if it had never been away from Daisy, falling back into them. Seems dissipate as Daisy finally looks up at them. There's a shininess to their eyes, a substitute for a wetness that can't be there. Daisy's chest is a beacon birthed into a machine. Its glow ebbs and flows in a familiar rhythm, and the rhythm of Rose's stays back in the satellite. And then, as though an unseen conductor raised their baton, the moon's symphony begins. One by one, the systems come back online. The quiet hum of electricity, the riot of scrap around them falls away, echoing down into the core's abyss like a torrential downpour. Then, everything is at rest. The core is not silent in the literal sense, filled with the ambient noise Rose could hear from the satellite. And the heart beats. Sigh escapes Rose, not one of tension, relieved, or anxiety, but of pure contentment. Like the cup of evening tea that they haven't had in a year. The noise washes over them, a wave of calm. It resonates through the chamber. This is not the silence of the dead and dormant. This is the noise of the living. I am. You too. Rose looks up. Daisy's hands cradle their chest. Their expression is gentle, so different from the blank nothingness from minutes before. Can you come closer? This is a new kind of request, different from them asking Rose to free their hands. Not a pragmatic need, but a personal one. Violet and Rose oblige. This actually reminded me of the end of We Know the Devil. Well, at least one of the endings. Not just closer. Rose sweeps Daisy up in a hug, and Violet soon joins. Despite the heat around them, the embrace is like summer night in Rose's bedroom. The cool breeze through the window. It's like being hugged by. It is like hugging an angel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Geez, your vocal cortet's broken or something? No way. Don't worry, I'm just giving you a hard time. She's glad you're alright. We're glad you're alright. The ends of Daisy's hair tickles Rose's cheeks. The air static crackles like rain on a window. It must have been hard. I mean, honestly, it wasn't really. Rose frowns. Violet clears her throat. Okay, fine. Make me say it again. Taking it off was scary. Taking a leap was scary. Of course, it was the scariest, stupidest thing I've ever done, but I saw you up there and I was so scared that I'd blink and it'd be the last time I ever saw you again. And when it came down to that, it's not like I even had a choice. Not that the other option is leaving you. But even if you'd been fine on your own, I'm glad. I'm glad I stepped out. Then I'm very happy. If this resulted in something good for you two, then... But we did it for you. They bite back what they want to say. The words that almost come tumbling out of their mouth. But Violet scoffs. She knows what Rose is thinking. She sees them now. Really sees them. The way she saw them that very first day. I trust you two. But please, seriously, don't ever put me through that shit again. Promise. Okay. Taking that leap, believing in the ground, believing in the future. Against all odds. Rose can do that. Thank you for trusting me. I mean, I've still got to exercise that a bit, but Violet flushes. You're right. Violet startles back into a stare. What? About being okay. In several minutes, they'll remove themselves from their embrace. They'll wipe their tears and figure out the logistics of things. How to return to the rail cart, how to return to the satellite, how to report this to home base, how to deal with Daisy. These are minor hiccups to work out in the future they have decided for themselves. Rose is anxious, but they are not afraid. They're already taking a step through the terrifying ordeal of being themselves. For everything else, they have Violet and Daisy. Do all of their stomachs still turn? A bit. Violet does not want to have any more regrets. Rose does not want to dwell back into the future in front of them. Neither of them want Daisy to be lonely. Not when they've learned of all the love the moon has to offer, of all the love the moon deserves. The heart beats. From its inside, too. The moon looks beautiful. A game by Team Said the City? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Daisy, I'll wear my nails for you. I'm half crazy, something of something goo. Daisy, Daisy. Oh, there we go. Give me your answer to. I'm half crazy. Stop. I didn't get to hear the whole song? Sag. But that's okay. Damn! 4 hours! But I finished it in one sitting. It was so hard, especially because I have something to actually fucking do today. So I need to end stream soon. But this game was amazing, and I really should write like something about it, like a write-up or something. Because usually I'd probably wax poetic about the game for like 30 more minutes, but I honestly just don't have that time. But I am glad that we had this time together, and I hope you'll give this visual novel a try on your own, or show other people. Again, it's free and on Steam, and watch out for the team's further projects. I know I'll be. OJ. Let me see if I can get like what's one of those things called? Like a raid or something going. For that, let's do raid party. I think that command still works. Yeah. Hope everyone had fun. Hi, Tanuki. Welcome in at the end of stream. Oh, you were here for the whole time? Nice. I think I'll raid oh, Gra. Gra is streaming. Playing Project Silverfish. Might be interesting. I know it's like a, what's it called? Like an immersive sim? Might be cool. Alright, thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good day. Oh my god, my butt hurts. I've been sitting down for so long. Be sure to say I love you to the moon.